If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
So buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. It is the Friday the 13th.
Yes. And we are going to be doing some songs.
We are going to be doing some songs.
The Imperishable
for you beautiful
Flames.
people. The Imperishable Flames, dear
here.
listener, have arrived.
Yes, they have.
They have arrived. All right, tell the audience.
Tell the people.
Tell the people what they've won.
What you've won is a song by Negative Vibes. Pick this song. The name of the band is Chat Pile.
Is he here? Is Negative here?
I was not looking at the stream.
Okay. Because he's usually a little bit later, but all right. He's song 1? Mm-hmm. All right.
The name of the song is Pamela. Let's see. That's all there is. There is no more to read.
What?
All
That's
right.
it? It's just called
Chat
Pamela?
Pile Pamela. Mm-hmm.
That's it. Okay.
Yep.
This
is a lyric video.
It's a lyric video. Oh, we got Riv in this bitch. We got Middle in this bitch. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, we got
both of which have songs on tonight's stream.
We got the all-star team. Okay, we got Negative in this bitch.
There
Okay, we're going. You know what? I actually wasn't thinking about Negative. I was thinking about Controller. Does Controller have something? He usually has something.
I'm pretty sure.
All right, guys. Today is Amy Lee from Evanescence's birthday.
Well, happy birthday.
Well, happy birthday to you, shorty. I would have said more to you, but you know.
You know how it is. You know how it goes.
All right, guys, here we go. Vin is a white rebel. That's right. I'm a rebel in this bitch. All right.
All right. Chat
Let's
Pile,
do it.
Pamela.
I thought you were going to say Camela.
That too.
What'd you say? What was the song 1 now?
Chat Pile, Pamela.
I can't find it anywhere here.
It'd be the first one.
Is it? Because Slow Fall looks like the first one. Yeah.
Well, you've added so much stuff, it pushed them off.
Yeah. I saw that. Talk to the people.
All right, you guys. Tonight's stream is going to have a lot of action.
All right.
There's
Chat Pile, Pamela lyrics. All right, guys. Timestamp.
Yes, I'm ready.
You're at 7:20. All right, guys. Here we go. Chat Pile, song number 1. Let's do it.
Everything that I wanted is gone. Nothing before me now but pain. Nothing before me but pain. And your voice, of course. Someday I'll reach you. In my dreams I can reach you. So I stare at the lake, biding my time, waiting to die, waiting to die, waiting to die, waiting to die, waiting to die. Kinds of me, borders of me, spill their blood, spill their blood, and resurrect my son, resurrect my son, resurrect my son, resurrect my son. Stare at the lake, biding my time, waiting to die, waiting to die.
Yikes.
You guessed it properly. That was Jason's story, I believe.
Wait, oh.
Yeah,
I switched it at the end. I thought it was just
I
about
think you guessed
Crystal Lake.
properly that it was about
that was a vibe I got from it, but then when it got to
Jason.
the end,
that
it
was a
sounds like this is a dad.
Well, I mean, it has to be a dad. He said, "Resurrect my son."
Exactly. So
I
that's why
don't
I thought
really-
it wasn't.
I don't really know what the lore is of Jason. Jason obviously had to have a father. What was it? He was a kid, and then he was playing around by the lake, but the kids were making out. The lifeguard people were making out, so they didn't see him, and he drowned.
Okay.
And then I think he resurrected and became the Jason we all know and love.
So then this is Jason's father.
Right. But he's trying to, he's got the comments are in Trello.
Yeah, it was. Oh, they update it.
I don't know if it's updated or not, but I just kept seeing stuff about the comments being in Trello. Is there any comment on this?
No, I don't see any comment. But wait. Oh no, here we go.
No, you haven't, Revo. You haven't missed
here we
anything,
go.
really.
Here we go. It's Friday the 13th. Last time we had a stream on Friday the 13th, I hadn't thought about a date-appropriate pick. So here's a chance to make up for it. It's the track Pamela from the unsettling noise sludge band Chat Pile. I think the connection will become clear once you get into the lyrics and their extremely chilling delivery. Yeah. I mean, I did think it had a...
Okay, that would be his mother, not his father. Okay. That
Right.
makes sense.
Well, no. The reason why I think it's...
She says, resurrect my son.
Yes,
So
but it
it's a
also
parent.
said...
Go ahead.
You were crying out for your mother. Why didn't she say you were calling out for me?
She's speaking to herself in the third person. I'm pretty sure it's Jason's mother.
That morning out on the lake, you called for your mother.
There and there, you just
And
gotta
my
click
heart
show
broke into a
more.
million pieces. Okay. What?
Yeah, because, I mean, would he be calling out for his mother if he was drowning, if his dad was there? That doesn't make sense.
I mean...
The kid's drowning, he's calling for his mom, but the dad is there.
Right. Yeah.
I just think she's referring to herself. And
Yeah, you're probably right.
It's just another literary device, but... But is that really the story with Jason? Was that his... I mean, like I said, I think that was the story. It's crazy to me, like... Because I thought those movies were so corny when I was a kid,
You didn't really focus on
I never really focused on it. So, like, there's a whole bunch of, like, lore and shit about
Yeah.
about this movie and this character that I don't know about. All I know about is, like, the hockey mask is pretty iconic.
Right.
And I'm not sure why the hockey mask is how that came to be. In the first, see right there in the first film, she refers to herself in the third person as she doesn't want others to know that she's Pamela Voorhees. I mean, the song is named Pamela, for God's sake. It's got to be his, you know.
Oh right, yeah.
Watch the original movie; it will make all the sense. Yeah, so I think that's what happened. I think what happened was he got sent to a summer camp. He was playing around in the water, or maybe he was playing ice hockey, and then the lake was.
Oh, that's probably what it was.
And hence why he keeps wearing the mask, maybe? Was that what happened?
That would make sense.
He didn't put on the hockey mask until the third movie. Okay, that's interesting. So I don't know. Yesterday was the shortest minute of America y'all have done. Yes, it was. It was 28 minutes. We did a very good job. Okay, so that's what happened. Okay, so now I have a full-orbed understanding of what this lady's talking about here. My God. Can you imagine?
No, I can't imagine it.
Like, she's got the survivor's guilt. She's got everything. It's really interesting, like, when you... Like, obviously, him going around killing a bunch of innocent kids, like, obviously is inexcusable.
Yeah.
But when you hear this song, it's kind of like, damn, bro.
But he's the one that drowned?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the one that drowned. He died, and then his spirit wouldn't let any rest happen, I guess, until he got his revenge on all teenagers who want to get busy in the woods. You see what I'm saying?
Oh.
That's what it looks like to me.
Oh, because you said they were making out on the beach or something, so they missed the...
Yeah, that's why he's always...
so he's got vengeance from the...
Yeah, that's why he always hates people like that. He's like, you should be on the job instead of doing that. See what I'm saying? What's up, Punisher?
Hello.
It is extremely unclear why everyone thought that Jason was dead and where he was for the next 20 years until the beginning of the second movie. I don't really know what that means, but I bet you it didn't make sense. I bet you Archero's right. Yeah, I mean, it really makes you kind of see it from another perspective. Like, that was one of the reasons I never really liked those, because I looked at it as, like, bullying. I'm like, these people are running away from you, they're terrified of you, and you've got some sort of power where you can, like, appear where they are and all the rest of it. So I never really liked it. But I never looked at the perspective of, like, all right, what about if you looked at it from their perspective? I still don't think you could justify killing all them people, but when you disassociate the lyrics from, oh, that's Jason Voorhees' mother, you're like, damn.
Yeah.
I love the line about bargaining with the water. That's such a brilliant line.
Yeah, that was. I agree with that.
Derek Gray in this bitch.
I think there's a...
Riv has some expertise.
Okay, let's hear it.
No, go ahead.
No,
Let's
hear it.
I don't want you to lose your train of thought.
Well, I was going to talk about the Cavala, or, you know, in that there was a story about a mother's son dying, and then she
in the lake?
I think it was a lake. I mean, it's been a while since I've read it, but, like, she basically, like, scooped everything, like, to try to, like, she raked the entire bottom of the lake or something to be able to collect everything from him and put him back together. I think they do find a way. I do think she gets him back, because obviously it's
I mean, I'm sure
legend.
There must have been a lot of those, because I can imagine a lot of moms losing a lot of their kids in that fashion.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's
that's horrifying. It was weird because when I first started the song, I was like, are we talking about Crystal Lake? Because now anytime that I hear something about a lake and it's got any sort of creepiness, I think of Crystal Lake because of what you told me. So I'm like, okay. But then when it kept going, then I was like, oh, I guess this is...
He's drowning in the lake and the counselors were getting high and drinking. See? That's a nice just say no message as well in there. 2 birds with 1 stone, inshallah.
Yeah.
I want to hear what Riv said. It was summer. In film 2, Jason wears a sackcloth hood. Jason himself, when he becomes the killer, becomes a revenant who haunts teens who fuck or otherwise break taboo at Crystal Lake. Right? So he was the avenging angel. I was just listening to... It's interesting because I met this girl in high school and she was always cheering for the bad guy. Right? And
the one you married?
Well, I was trying to make sure that her kids wouldn't hear what I was about to say about it.
I actually thought it was going to be somebody else.
Let's
I'm
move
sorry.
on. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next talking point here, listener. On purpose, kind of not on purpose.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, she's sorry.
No, I literally thought that
sure.
it was another person, and so I thought it was going to be like, look, you picked two people that. Apologies.
Continue.
Okay.
Well done.
All right.
Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
Well, yeah. So I mean, I figured this song out right away, right off at the beginning.
You did. I was shocked.
Yeah.
I didn't even think you were right, and then I saw a negative. I was like, "Damn, you figured it out." I was like, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, we knew from deep.
We knew from deep. I had no fucking clue. As soon as I saw Homeboy, I was like, "Oh shit, this is where we're going."
I mean, it was the sound of the voice.
I
mixed
love
with
the way he did that vocalization. Ready to like it's very.
Oh my gosh. Literally, when that part came up, I was like, you know how there's different ways that you listen to music. Sometimes you listen to music, I've said this before, because you want it to match the way that you feel. Other times you're like, I feel shitty and I want to hear something like that's horrible. Or it's the other way. Hey, what's up? Or you're trying to get,
I love this guy.
you're trying to get better than you are, so you listen to something that kind of uplifts you. This one, I was like, when he was doing that part where he was just saying, waiting to die,
No, did he? But look how handsome this dude is.
I was like, oh my gosh.
Just 1 second. Look how handsome this man is right here. No, did he? But look at that. That's Adar just being normal, y'all. That boy just wakes up. He just wakes up. Look at that. Just, what's up, ladies? He's taking, though. He's taking. I just had to pause for a minute. Shout out to my boy, Dar.
Be careful, his girl's gonna come after you. She'll be like, "Stop putting my man up there."
That's true. That's true. That's true. You gotta give it to him. When they got it, they got it. You know.
Yep.
That's my boy. That nigga beautiful as hell, boy.
Yeah. When it got to the waiting to die part, and he was singing that like creepily like that, I just thought to myself, I would not want to be like when your vibe matches that state.
He did the disembodied despair very well.
Yes, yes, that's exactly it.
It's very well. It was just this stale sort of spirit, like can't get over the situation. And we don't believe that as Christians. We believe absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. But we're currently, I don't know how much we're actually listening to, but we're listening to this book on scientifically verified, peer-reviewed near-death experiences with actual proof that cannot be refuted. It's a really very, very interesting book.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why no Rumble? Rumble decided it wasn't going to play along with us today, and so we said the show had to go on because you guys know what happens when we have technical difficulties. I'm like, yo, I'm not going to fight this battle, bro. We got to get the show on the road, and we were still late. Apologies, guys.
That's my husband's very nice way of saying that I fucked it up.
See that, lady?
Protecting me.
Sorry, ladies. Sorry. He's signing some paperwork with her in a few weeks.
Yeah,
so
it's over. You
guys have a couple days to scandalize yourselves as much as you can. Oh my
gosh. No. We already decided that's horrible. All right.
I wonder if all this pain I carry is strong enough to lift your body from the water and make you alive again.
Yeah.
That's funny because, it just depends on how much you want to
spiritualize it.
No, how much of that you want to enter into as a person. I'm just talking about myself.
Yeah.
Because it's interesting. I've lost a lot of people. I'm trying to figure out why the most recent loss is like the hardest thing in the world for me, and it's because everybody else was older than me. Like there's some people I lost that pledged their life to protect me. They were older than, they took care of me. And, but like somebody you're supposed to take care of and they die, like, I thought I'm like, yeah, man, I've had a lot of losses, so I'm good, but yeah, man, that's some different shit. That's some different, man. Anyway, I gotta say the first Friday is real tragic. A woman who lost her disabled kid who was so grief-stricken and can't get over it financially, she succumbs to rage and hate. Yeah, And you know what's crazy? Like, because, you know, it was this big slasher movie, the real human interest story there got kind of... And it's not a criticism. It's just an observation. It's not a criticism at all of our culture. I mean, the whole thing is designed to give people fear and all the rest of it. But, yeah, that's a crazy story.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I'm a brother. I lost my little brother. I cannot imagine, like, being a mother and losing your son. Mm-mm. It's just crazy to me.
We had gone to the beach one day, and there was this woman on the beach, and we all got to talking and stuff, and then she told me that she had lost her son a couple of years, like 6 years before or something like that. And I was like, how do you, like, I can't even imagine what that would be like. And this woman is like, this has been her reality for the last 6 years. But it really seems like that there's like, she seemed to like, she was like embracing like the life side of it and saying like, you know what, we're going to just live our lives. And she's like, it's not that you're not hurt, because she's like, every day you're hurt. But it was hard just like hearing her talk about it, just realizing like this is this lady's everyday reality. You know, as a parent, it's your kid. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. What ended up with... I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but what ended up happening to Jason's mother then? Did she get pieced out or something?
Yeah, I don't know what the story is. I don't know what happened.
Mine that said disabled kid becomes a monster next. As someone who's disabled, it's one of the interesting things I've noticed in horror. Disability turns you into a monster. Whoa. That is interesting. That is very interesting psychology there. It's interesting too, because if you look at Jason's affect, you probably see this more with Michael Myers, but he is kind of like on the spectrum, the way he handles himself.
Really?
It's weird, like, this is probably too much of a stupid ass reach, but like the non-verbality, the obsessive nature, you know, those are all like, if you're really high on the spectrum, they get it. You know, that's really interesting about like how America grapples with disability, disabled kids, and the concept of death itself, as we're trying to work the psychology out through these movies, and why it's so important for us to see these movies. I mean, these are cultural, like the hockey mask is a cultural icon. Yeah, you know, the Michael Myers mask is also a cultural icon. And it's like, what is it about, especially those two, that makes those icons so powerful? Where literally all you have to do is put a hockey mask and a Michael Myers mask, and everybody knows like exactly what's going on there and what that is. And both of those masks are humanoid, but they're devoid of something. And I think it's as close as we can come to with that and zombification is the closest we can come to as if human beings live forever, what would we look like? And it's like, well, you're something that can be recognized in the outline and the surface level as a human, but like directly into you, there's nothing. And that's what those masks represent. They represent humanity in a specific kind of shape that's kind of frozen. Like it's like frozen in time almost.
Is it like, are you talking looking like soulless and spiritless?
Yeah. It's a mask that's humanoid, but in both instances, there's a certain emptiness to both of those masks. And which then has very interesting connotations relative to our faces in the first place, because both of those guys are wearing masks for reasons that are not normal. Normally when you're committing a crime, you're going to wear a mask because you're trying to hide your identity, but that's not why these guys are wearing masks. They're supernatural beings. It's not like they can get arrested.
Yeah, so why?
So the mask functions as a device that says they're human somehow, but they're soulless. And I think that's a form of dealing with resurrection, where we cannot imagine a resurrection upgrading a person because we're so cynical. So resurrections always have to downgrade the person, whether it's
zombification, or you come back as a serial murderer that nobody can stop, right? Like, it's a very interesting way that human beings are trying to figure out, and this is what I say, like, why God had to kick Adam and Eve out the garden. Because he couldn't let them eat from the tree of life, because then they'd all become Jasons and Michael Myers. They'd be doing all types of crazy shit in the earth, and nobody would be able to stop them.
Right.
So you know, like, death is a mercy in a sense. And it's fascinating because nobody walks out of these movies going, I want to be immortal like Michael Myers. All the people that Michael Myers chased in that movie, the people that survived are going to die in 20 to 30 years. In the real world or in the world of the movie, they're going to die anyway. And so it's almost like a secular way of saying, like, well, let's just be better to die than live forever like this. And it's like, I agree, but there's another alternative too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As Obi-Wan said about Darth Vader, he's more machine than man. Yeah. It's actually something in how disability, queerness, and other non-norm things are often part of horror visual storytelling. Dracula, i.e. sexual, but in a dangerous way. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's true. I think we're trying to grapple with, these are major questions, man. What is a human? What makes a human human? If we're really in a mechanistic universe and physicalism is true, then how does that account for concepts like Jason and Freddy and all the rest of it? Like, we're trying to figure this shit out in midair because we've rejected the other structures that tell us where to categorize stuff like that. Interesting stuff.
Yeah.
He is a revenant, like a zombie, but intelligent and able to use simple objects and weapons. Right? I've always said, like, if the zombies ever, like, got some real sort of meta sentience, that it'd be over with. If they could think, it'd be over with.
Yeah.
Okay, what'd you give this song?
I thought it was really well done. It gave you that creepy vibe. You, for sure, like, you felt like you were forced to stand by the lake and chant that part too. Like, I felt like it was, like, right there. Like, so I mean, it's not my type of jam. I would not listen to this one again. But I would give this one a strong 9.8. Strong 9.8.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this one a 9.1. He did a really, really good job. You. Don't touch that dial, you fool.
Yeah.
We're coming right back out this commercial break.
are.
Stay where you are. Vin out.
Sorry, out.
We shall return.
I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. A child shall lead them
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the beginning stages of the imperishable flames.
Yes, up next is Dwayne's pick. Y'all know Dwayne.
Do they now? Mm-hmm. Do they know Dwayne? But do we? Do we know Dwayne, though? He
constantly comes in here throwing accusations.
Do we know
at
Dwayne?
The hosts.
All right, go ahead.
Calls you a racist?
Yeah, called me a racist. That's right.
Pink Floyd, Empty Spaces, Young Lust is the name of the song, okay? Is Jet, you need to turn this one off. All right, Dwayne's comment.
Is Jet even here?
No, I don't know. I couldn't see the comment section, but this Pink Floyd song is from the album The Wall, and in my opinion, the greatest concept album and rock opera ever recorded. You've already reacted to some of the cuts, and I'm sure you're familiar with the story of the character Pink. This picks up where he's now an adult and rock star, experiencing the lifestyle of a musical celebrity touring the States. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll rules his life. Although he's married, he still tries to fill a void of needs and loneliness with groupies, contributing to his emotional wall he's slowly building. After all he's going through, he's still searching and needing the support of his wife back home in England. And with a simple phone call assisted by the operator, he finds out where he really stands.
Do we have timestamps?
This is Pink Floyd's Empty Spaces, Young Lust.
Yikes. All right, here we go. This is for the big homie Dwayne. 3645. 3645. Let's do it. Song numero dos.
Let's go.
Pink Floyd, what'd you say? Young Lust?
Empty Spaces, Young Lust.
Here we go now. This is weird for Pink Floyd. Mm-hmm. Interesting. My God. a funky little bass line.
This is United States calling. Are we reaching? See, keeps hanging up. Man answering.
Alrighty then. Looks like the rockstar party lifestyle is not all it was cracked up to be for this fella.
So...
What's going on with you?
Well, I was a little confused by the phone call thing at the end. So, I mean, wait, I have to say, this song, I thought that the way that they did it was pretty interesting. Like,
what do you mean?
When you start out the first verse, what shall we use to fill the empty spaces where we used to talk? How shall I fill the final places? How should I complete the wall? And we talked before about when he's completing the wall, it's him, the emotional stuff, like, and so it was just interesting hearing him at that point. He didn't sound good. Like, he sounded like it was taking its toll on him. But then the music changes, and it's, I'm just a new boy, stranger in this town, and he's like going out there trying to find a girl to show him around. I will say, ladies, pay attention to the fact that he says that he's looking for a dirty woman, a dirty girl, and he's looking for that's what he calls her. How he describes her as a stranger that would show him around, and make him feel like a man.
Whatever the hell that
set
means.
him free, yeah, all these things. But we all know what's going on with the groupie situation. He had a woman back at home, he had a wife back at home, and it sounded like it didn't sound like he wanted that relationship ended. So it's like he's not trying to marry any of these girls. He's just, it's going to be a one night, a two night, or whatever, and then it's over. So
Coffee.
thank you.
Yep. Tea's on its way.
Thank you. So yeah, so I just thought that was like, if you look from that angle of it, like how the girl is treated, like, you know, like recognize how they're talking about this woman. So you know what I mean? Like, you don't end up in that situation.
Yeah, but when he says he wants a dirty girl, what you're saying? Recognize that he wants that?
Well, he's looking for like a girl for a night, like a groupie type situation. It sounds like.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. So.
The phone call is Pink is calling home to his wife on a collect call with the help of the operator. The man keeps answering and hangs up on him.
So there's a guy there with her. So
right.
she's.
So while he's off doing his thing, she's off doing her thing.
Yeah.
Which I had a friend where he wasn't doing anything. He really wasn't. And they were at the top of the world, like literally at the top of the world. And while he was on stage, Shorty had all these dudes in his mansion running around, all types of crazy shit. Yeah, like it you know, you see what happens with dudes when they get deployed at Lejeune, man. Forget it. Man, them girls are, you know, they're out there. It's one of the things I learned, man. They got needs too, bro. So like, he's out there on the road, like hitting these groupies, but she's not sitting there by herself either. So there's that. That's the other side of it. I don't know. I just feel like some relationships, like I couldn't do it, but I just think there's some relationships where like they're like, look, you're going to be deployed for whatever, you know, for all of our 30s. I'm going to be back here. You know I love you the most. I know you love me the most. I know you're going to get whatever on the road. You know I'm going to get whatever here. And then when you come back, blah. Like some people have that kind of arrangement. And it works for them. I don't think it's crazy. I mean, there's a lot of combinations of relationships that you see in the Bible, outside of the Bible, in society, outside of society. I think monogamy relative to human beings is the best of all possible worlds. Obviously because I'm a Christian, but as well just because I think it protects you from a lot of issues. I think that's the ideal. I'm just not sure if you have a collection of people who say, we will never hit the ideal with our current life circumstance, so here's where we are. I mean, it works. There are a lot of relationships where that kind of dynamic works.
When you say works, what do you mean by works? Like,
when he comes home and, you know, the other guy gets kicked to the curb, the other girl gets kicked to the curb, she ain't calling him, he ain't calling her, those two are relating, and it's there are people that have those
and they
kinds
make
of,
it like long
they make
term?
it, yeah. Yeah, they make it, especially when they hit,
and they're happy.
60 to 70, they don't care about none of that shit no more after that. You know, so I remember one time I'll never forget, it was like a Maury Povich thing, and it was this old couple in their like 60s and 70s, but they were still rather, I mean, they must be both dead now, but like, she talked about how he cheated on her a bunch, and then she said she got wise to it and started cheating on him, and then they were like, and then she said, you thought you could divorce me or whatever, and she laughed at him. It was just like they were talking like they were kids, but they were grown adults when they were doing the crazy shit that they were doing, but like they had just come to this point where they were like, man, you were dumb, I was dumb, blah blah blah, and they still loved each other and they're with each other. They look like they'd figured it out. You know what I'm saying? I just remember saying to myself, like, yeah, I could never be in a relationship like that though. I could never do it, but I did see something like really cool about it too, like, because people talk about love all the time, like, oh, I love you unconditionally, blah blah blah. Like, really? Like, I don't know. You know, like, I see a lot of beauty in that. It's just not a kind. It's like synchronized swimming. Like when I see them do that, especially when they're diving and they're completely, you know, like boom, right there with it. I'm like, damn, that's elegant. That's crazy. But I would never want to put in the work to be that kind of a person. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So like, I saw those two on the show. I'm like, well, fuck, man, that's like, I get it. You know, I just couldn't do it. You know what I mean? I admire it, but I just couldn't do it. I don't have the strength for that type of thing. But it is interesting, like, this is in the larger context of the whole album, The Wall.
Yeah.
And, like, the only thing I know about them is, like, another brick in the wall or something like that.
Well,
that's the line that came from them.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you think about it, it's like, the groupie is just another brick in the wall for his little sexcapades. He's just another brick in the wall because the groupie's been fucking rock stars, right? And then conversely, his wife is treating him like he's a brick in the wall when he's gone, and then the dude is doing that with her, and like, so everybody is like devaluing each other because you have to have this wall that, you know, it's very interesting. Like your individual worth and things like that, like, get put into a very interesting perspective when you look at it that way, because everybody's just there for a reason. There's nothing particularly special or unique about you. You see this wall, your stone looks like all the other stones. Now, if you look at a wall that's put together by stones and whatever, none of the two stones look alike. But when you pull, it's just like quantum physics, right? So you pull back, Einstein works brilliantly. You take a macro look at the universe, Einstein works brilliantly. And then you get close, and now it's Pice and Hoffman and Kastrup and the, you know, double slit experiment, spooky action at a distance. Like, when you start looking close to stuff, the other stuff makes no sense. So, I mean, I don't know, man.
The wall that they said here, that I liked that interpretation, like what the bricks in the wall being people and all that. It's also talking about contributing to his emotional wall, like everything that he was doing to fill the needs of his loneliness with the groupies, contributing to his emotional wall that he's slowly building.
Right.
But yeah, and I think that that's real. Yeah, just stick it through.
It's hot, so I just.
Thank you. So the emotional wall type situation, and that, I mean, that's what happens, right? Like, you know, for one reason or another, I think that the way that life goes, it's easier to put bricks on your wall and to shore it up strong. And I remember being a teenager and hearing that quote that talks about, like, basically, you know, like, what if the walls that we build up around ourselves to protect ourselves then become the cage that locks us in, essentially. And I think that that's true. Like, you know, you can see people like with social anxiety or something, like, there's this, I can't get into the crew because I'm too nervous and uncomfortable to do it, but at the same time, like, I'm lonely over here where I'm at, stuff like that. So just like hearing, you know, he's building up a wall, you know, with the emotional situation and stuff. But I definitely think that that's something that if we're not, I don't know, if we don't pay attention to it, if we're not like careful, like, we can easily just build up walls, you know, and just lock ourselves away from everybody and everything. You know, you can be out in the middle of a crowd but still feel like you're just completely alone. And some of it is, you know,
some of it's what?
Some of it is that, like, we've built up walls around ourselves, and then like now we've forgotten how to smile at somebody, say hello, like ingratiate ourselves and try to like make friends or whatever. Like I think that sometimes we find ourselves alone and we're not, but it's because we were maybe you build up walls because you've been hurt in the past and stuff, but it can keep you separated. But not everybody's the same. Like eventually you'll meet somebody that's not, there's friends out there for everybody. Personality types and everything.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems that everything is about a calculation. So it's like, if you decide that you're going to devote yourself to another human being, you tell yourself, I'm going to devote myself to this Homo sapien for the rest of my life. I was listening to Joe Rogan, and he was talking about, like, he said marriage is like a crazy contract. Like, what kind of contract is this where you have to sign your entire life to it? And it's, like, obviously true. Like, what the hell is going on? Like, that is a good point. Like, because if you take the God stuff out of marriage, it's true. Like, if marriage gets reduced to some sort of social contract, which in secularism it is, and I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying, like, then yeah, it's kind of weird, because what other kind of relationship at the business level do you enter in that says, I'm in this for life? Like, that's a pretty crazy concept. And like, to look at it, not looking at it from a Christian perspective where, we have our presuppositions about, whatever, like, it was a really interesting thing. And I was like, yeah, like something even like marriage, when you take God out of it, it becomes something because like what we have is like way more than a contract. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a civic element to our marriage, obviously, because we're operating within a certain time and place in space and time. But there are obviously things, especially from us from a Christian perspective, that we think are deeper than just the surface level of whatever you see in a situation, in a relationship. And that's why it's like, we're listening to this thing as we were playing Fortnite. It was these women that were complaining about, being 40 or whatever and being alone and all this. And it's just, but it's just recognizing that life is a series of trade-offs. If you want to be the boss bitch, blah, 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 cool. You can do that. You just won't have the other stuff that women have.
Right.
And like, if you could do that with open eyes and accept it, then more power to you. But the problem is like, I saw this pretty clearly in the hookup culture stuff. It was really big about 10, 12 years ago to talk about friends with benefits. So you're just friends with this person, and you're going around with all these sexcapades with this person, but none of you guys have a actual emotional soul tie to each other. It's just having friends and having fun. And I'm not going to say that this is universal, but in all the cases I saw, the girl would catch feelings for the dude, and the dude would play dumb like he didn't know what the hell was going on because, hey, we're just friends. And so it that died out pretty quickly. Yeah. That whole thing, terrible. Bragging about that, because women begin to understand, like, yo, if you do that with these dudes, they'll just that's the best of all possible worlds for a young, dude, So it's very interesting, like the way men and women relate to their sexuality and relationships and things of that nature. But yeah, man, that lifestyle must be crazy. I personally don't think I would even do that kind of life without you. I mean, you've got like so much talent, and once you get up there, you're gonna be the main attraction. But like, yeah, I just don't see it working out, man. I just don't see, if you're dead serious about your relationship with your wife, I don't see how you could live the rock star lifestyle. You're gonna have to just go straight to your bus at the end of the day, and even when that happens, you gotta walk through a pile of groupies depending how big your band is. I mean, I don't know. Tough. 9.3 for me.
It was well done. I'm gonna give this one a 9.2. 9.2.
I think it isn't so much of a social contract. There's still a deep value in secular marriage. Love is very much a need. The difference is that for life doesn't mean for life in the secular realm. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Although in the secular realm, there is no transcendent ideal of marriage. I do think like it's an advantage that in Christianity marriage is supposed to reflect the relationship between Christ and the church, because Christ has capital A decisive authority in the church, and yet when you see him leading the church, he is always leading from a position of servitude to the church. And so that presents a paradigm for men that's extremely difficult, impossible to live up to. But it also presents a paradigm for women that says that mentality cannot combine well with modern secular feminism, which is one of the things that we've seen. Modern secular feminism doesn't appear to combine well with anything. And I don't think the problem is feminism. I do think the problem is secularism. I think the feminists still have a legitimate gripe. The gripe that they have is we're not being treated equal. The problem that they have is there is no ultimate objective necessity of treating them equal in a secular standpoint. But there is one from a Christian standpoint. Because both of us are image bearers of God. And then on top of that, a lot of people do this. They'll say, you know, women are commanded to respect their husbands, men are commanded to love their wives. But the scripture also says to live with your wives in an understanding way, honoring her as the weaker vessel. And so women are not just called to be, you know, loved and equal with their husbands. They're also called to be honored by their husbands. And then he said, he threatens them, so your prayers may not be hindered. So, yeah, I hear you. I think you could definitely have real, genuine, soulish love for your partner in a secular context. Absolutely. But when the storms come, there is no transcendent reason to stay other than the kids. There are real cosmic reasons to stay in your marriage if you're a Christian. If you actually believe the shit the Bible actually says, which is one of the reasons I stayed around as long as I could, and the other one, and probably lost a couple of years, but that's okay. I don't want any more extra years anyway. All right, what did you give this one?
I think I gave this one a 9.1 or 9.2.
I am disappointed I only serve perfect 10 songs to Vin and Sorry. They're slowly learning and blooming to the art of the music. They have a way to go, though. Well, having said that, I was going to give this song a 10. Now I'll give it a 9.2, Dwayne. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, you guys. Many more to come. Up next is Swallow the Sun. We'll be right back.
Let me wrap up one thing about how men and women are to interact in the scripture. Doesn't the Bible state that women are to be subservient and submit to me? How is that equal? No, the Bible never uses the term subservient. Nope. What it does tell women is to submit themselves to their husbands because
to the Lord.
Hupostasso is the Greek word. And the Greek word hupostasso in the secular use in Koine Greek was actually a military term. And so in those passages, the Christian household is looked upon as a military outpost. And if you're at a military outpost, that means you're at war. And if you're at war, one of the main things that you have to worry about is communication and chain of command. Anybody that's been in any sort of actual combat will tell you this. So the OIC is going to say, go to that hill. And you say, I don't want to go to that hill. And he says, I understand that, but you still have to go to that hill. Well, that doesn't mean that the OIC is more human than me or more valuable. What it does mean is, in the context of warfare, he's the one that's deputized with the authority. So we're going to listen to him in the context of warfare, because as the bullets are flying, we don't have time to debate it out and think about the existential ramifications of taking the hill, right? And so I think the Bible's just very, very practical that says, you guys are at war. And honestly, God told that even before the world fell to Adam. The your English translations will say God told Adam to keep and tend the garden, but the Hebrew word actually says to tend and guard the garden, as in there are enemies, and there was an enemy, and when the authority structure got switched,
That's when it went down.
God went after the man. He didn't go after the woman. He said, I know Eve ate it first, but you're the leader. See, that's the other side of it. A lot of dudes take the women have to, the wives submit to their husbands as, oh, I get to go and just wreck shop and rule everything. It's like, no, bro. When things fuck up, even if your wife is the one that initiated, you're going to get called out because that's what it means to be the leader. And you end up bearing the consequences if you're a good man of your fucked up wife behavior, because Jesus' wife put him on a tree. I'll never forget it. I was in my closet. I was having a very hard time. Not with this one. I was having a very, very hard time. And I was crying in my prayer closet, dear listener. And I was in there and I said, Jesus, she's killing me. And, you know, Jesus is very, very kind to me. We've had... His voice is the most familiar voice to me in my entire life, because I never spent all my time with my dad, didn't spend all my time with my mom, didn't spend all my time with my brother. He's been the most consistent voice I've ever heard in my life, and he's always been there to comfort me. I'm sitting there in my closet crying because this shit ain't working. She's got borderline personality disorder, blah, 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 blah. And I said, she's killing me! And he said, yeah, I know how you feel. My wife killed me too. And I said, well, fuck. This shit is real. It's real. And it almost killed me. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Almost killed me. Shorty, you know. But yeah. I understand where you're coming from. That's what we call functional subordination, meaning you and I are both equal human beings, but in order to accomplish this task, we're going to take these roles, and then we're going to go. The other thing to recognize is that from a Trinitarian perspective, that is exactly what Jesus did. We believe that Jesus is equal to the Father in every way, very God of very God, true life of true life, and yet Jesus says in John chapter 5, I could do nothing unless I've seen it first from the Father.
That's right.
So Jesus, even though he being equal with the Philippians 2, Jesus, who being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God something to be asked, but emptied himself, taking on the nature of a servant, and submitted to death, even death on the cross. Okay? So it says... every knee will bow and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. So Philippians 2 says Jesus is equal to God, but he didn't consider the equality something he needed to grasp, because those three had a mission. Okay? Vin's in trouble, Sori's in trouble, Applejack's in trouble, and you got to die for them. Okay, I'm going to do that. You got to do everything I tell you. Yup. As if you were beneath me. Yup, I will do it. To accomplish a certain goal. LeBron James, one of the best basketball players in the world, he defers to Steph Curry because Steph was hot that day. And so we see a lot of examples of this in sports, literature, art, music, whatever. Now, if you're going to be an idiot, I'm not talking about Applejack because I know the dude's character, but if you're going to be an idiot and say, oh, the thing says I have authority, and you're not going to talk about how God's going to hold you responsible for everything, how you have to tell your sons that if your first marriage didn't work, that it was ultimately your fault, which I did. And it doesn't matter what people say. It doesn't matter who did what first or whatever. If the marriage doesn't work, you're going to have to carry the load of that because you were the man. If you want the whole submitting, I have the authority thing, then you have to eat that too. Nah, it's not. I'm seeing a lot of dudes in the manosphere complaining about this. That's biblical manhood. Biblical manhood is sacrificial, and biblical manhood a lot of times is paying the price for your wife. That's biblical manhood. And I think there's a reason that the first time we see in marriage, God had to put Adam in a deep sleep and do surgery on him. He had to lose something to get that woman. So, there you are. That's why Jesus' disciples said, well, shit, if it's like that, why should we get married? And Jesus said, yeah, I know. Think about it. Okay. All right, guys. After we had that joyous occasion, we will see you beautiful people on the other side of the break. So many people need to get married now. Vin, how?
Sorry, how?
We shall see you in 2 minutes. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itstory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
They do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, a child shall lead them. Don't
buy our
rush it.
merch.
Don't rush it.
Okay, all right.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Here we are.
Yes.
That's me serving my wife.
Yes, he does.
Yes,
Yep, he does.
Yeah.
Yep, he's not just preaching it, he lives it too.
Why don't you admit it? I don't gotta talk it cause I live it. Any chick messing with me, believe me, that's a privilege. And I'm not saying the rest because that's you, Diddy, you freaking weirdo. Okay.
Went too far.
Went too far. Shout out to the homie Jay-Z. I almost did a video on that. 275 in this bitch. Let's go. Bow, bow, bow. Okay, here we go. Next song.
All right, babe.
Hello, motherfuckers.
All right.
A,
Northern Scoundrel.
Yeah, don't forget the timestamp. Let's do 1:11:30 on this joint.
1,
Northern
11,
Scoundrel.
30. All right, Dark Tranquility, Atoma. I gotta say that right. This pick is a homage to the band Dark Tranquility, and especially the vocalist Mikael Stan. He is such a down-to-earth guy. Even though he has been in the metal scene since the early 90s, he's still grateful by the support shown by the audience, and he shows his love back as expressed in the live video you are about to watch on the side. Not taking any chances. Shoot, check that.
What?
I don't know if I downloaded the right one then. Not taking any chances. I was right there. Further back, Summer Breeze, 2017. All 3 pictures were taken by me. And also seeing them this year at the same festival. They have had my favorite performance and now also my favorite album of the year for 2024.
Whoa.
Okay, so this is right up there for SGS.
Well, if he's saying that, holy hell.
I'm going to pull up those.
All right, so you gave us the official lyric video.
Oh, okay. Good.
That's the one. That's the one. All right, guys, here we go.
Because we're gonna watch the. Hold on. Where's the?
Look,
He
this,
said
this
right
video.
here. Yes, that's good. And he wants the live being played over here.
So he wants a lyric video over there and a live over there.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to get the channel shut down.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. Dark Tranquility, Atoma. Wait. Swallow the Sun? Is it Swallow the Sun or Dark Tranquility?
Oh, yeah, no, it was supposed to be Swallow the Sun. That's my mistake.
Thank you very much, controller. I knew something was off.
Look what I've done. I knew something was off. Oh my god. Okay. Apologies. That's coming up next. We're not there yet.
I don't even see Swallow the Sun.
It's right here. Swallow the Sun.
No, I'm saying I don't see it in the download section.
What have I become? Yeah, but again, everything got pushed out. Oh, you looked.
So what's the name of the song? What have I become?
Swallow the Sun. What have I become? Okay, I must have missed that one.
All right, talk to the people.
Yes. All right. SGS is up next.
Give the people
Swallow the Sun. What have I become?
What they want.
Give the people what they. His comment is: Swallow the Sun is a death doom band from Finland that was found in 2007. This song is off their 2024 album, Shining. And I've got the lyrics for you here. We will have that up momentarily. You guys, a random Ask Me Anything. Ask me anything. And I'll see what I can... Here comes the... Oops. All right. Here you go. Lyrics. Lyrics for you, sir.
Okay.
That's weird because I actually remember downloading that. I saw the...
Downloading what, babe?
That one. Like, I saw the way that the lyric video was set up with the two sides. So, I don't know. I do not know what I did.
Okay. Does he want us to do a specific lyric video, or any lyric video will do?
Do you want it to be a specific lyric video, or will anyone do? I mean, I can send you the link for the one he's got here.
Okay, send me the link for the one he has. We're trying it. Is this the one in Espanol? Okay, I actually have that one.
Oh, okay. So
that's
we're good?
the one I was downloading.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're still gonna have to wait though because.
Okay. Well, we'll do the Ask Me Anything right now, and this way we don't have to just sit here doing nothing. Let's see. What do you think about the allegations of Elon getting indicted? I didn't know that he was getting indicted. For what?
What do you do?
Yeah, what did he do? What is your personal favorite band? It depends
Corn.
on my mood.
Corn!
No, that was
Corn!
Sorry. I like... So, I go back to Pain of Salvation. I also go back to... It's... Okay, so I'm weird about, like, names of things. So all of a sudden I'll like, oh, I want to listen to this song. And then it takes me forever to find the song because I have to, like... remember some chunk of the lyrics, or I have to remember something about the band, or sometimes I just remember the picture on the front of the cover, and it takes me a while to find stuff, but I eventually do. So take me back to Eden. Which band is that?
Really, the Back to Eden people?
Yeah,
Sleep Token.
Sleep Token.
That was one song. How could they become your favorite band?
I didn't say I didn't mean my favorite band. I'm just talking about the songs.
Well, he asked favorite band though.
Yeah, he did ask favorite band. I don't think I have a favorite band. I don't think I have a favorite
liked that
band.
other band a lot. We listened to a whole thing. We ended up getting an interview. Then we got invited to one of their live shows, and then COVID hit. I forgot the name of the band, but you really, really liked them. It was the one where the guy died. He almost died from he had like a flesh-eating disease or something like that.
That's Pain of Salvation.
Pain of Salvation.
Yeah, I already said them.
That's the band I saw that you like most consistently liked all their shit. You also were a big Tool person too. Before you knew what they were, you really loved them, and then all the Tool heads like, I don't know what happened to you. You were like, stop it with the Tool.
Is that what happened?
I don't think so. I don't really think that's what happened.
Huh.
To be honest with you. All right. I think we have the
Be
video.
that as it may.
I think we have the video now, guys. Let's go right now. Typo negative. Yeah, I think Typo might have been. I think Typo might have been your favorite band before Sleep Token as well. I forgot about that.
Yeah, but again, I go through phases. Like right now, I wouldn't even listen to any Typo, but who knows what will happen in a month.
Yeah, people. You also like Slipknot a lot. That's true.
Yeah, but
that's the hardest I've ever seen you rock at a concert.
Yeah,
that was pretty crazy.
That was fun.
They put you on the TV. Go ahead.
That was fun. Yeah, well, it's fun rocking beside you. All right. Ready?
Yes, I have the song here. Let's go. Swallow the sun. Let's go.
from fear. Take a look in my eyes, and it feels like a new day was here, about to begin. And it feels like a new day was here, about to begin, about to become, to live and see what I have become, what I have
Whoa. Ugh. That was tough.
Okay, why?
That was tough. Usually anytime somebody says, see what I become or something like that, there's some sort of negative connotation to it. Like, you've turned into something bad or something like that. I just, like, that's a hard pill to swallow for some people. You know, like how much they've changed, or how much life situations change them into people that they never thought they would really be.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have a very... This is why I think at some level, like, our belief in original sin is probably one of the more comforting doctrines.
Yeah.
That...
In that regard, 100%. Yeah.
Because it, you know, it says that entropy also works at a moral level as well. You know, entropies, you know, start from order to disorder, you know. And so when people look in the mirror and go, oh, look what I've become, it's because they had this really high view of themselves, that they were better than X or Y people. Like, you see it get played out a lot in, like, political discussions, where you have people literally saying they hate half the country and mean it, and genuinely believes that they're victims.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow. And then it's like, I can't believe what this country has become. And they're talking about half the country. And then it's like, I hate these people. How am I supposed to go to work with them? And blah, blah, blah. How am I supposed to go to church with them? Like, what? How are you supposed to go to church with them? So it's a real wake-up call for people. And that's one of the reasons I think we did so well in that ministry, is because we were dealing... You know, people are like, oh, that's a tough part of town. And I'm like, that's the easiest part of town to come with the gospel. We were in the dirty section. We were with the drug dealers, the drug addicts, the streetwalkers, the sex workers, the whatever. We never had to tell them that they were sinners or whatever. You know, they were singing this song to themselves. And it wasn't like, what have I become? It's like, is there any hope?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They'd already gotten over
Yeah.
because the entire fucking state had decided that they were
Wow,
worthless.
yeah. Wow.
And the police decided that they were worthless. And it was the first time that somebody came up to them and said, actually, no, you're worth everything in the fucking world. You by yourself.
Yeah.
And yeah, but so we had to tell them what they could become.
Yeah.
We had to show them what they could become. And, you know, I think that that's the angle that Jesus takes. He takes a very unstable guy, very emotional, high-strung, very unstable individual, and says, I'm going to make you the Rock. And then he nicknames him Rocky, even though he's the farthest thing from the stable rock that he had just talked about. And so it's like, when you start from the perspective that you suck, like I had a friend tell me, like, well, you know, before you go out, you know, blah, 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 you're already dead. You know, like, yeah, you don't have to worry about it because you're already dead. It's just a matter of time. Like, I never resonated with me ever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not dead, though. You know, like, I'm alive, and it could really hurt. You know what I'm saying? It'll work for you. That's fine. It didn't work for me. But like, yeah, like, when you've been around, if you go around the world and you see the shit that human beings do to each other, I just messaged one of my boys. I'm like, yeah, we completed the Arab Spring. You know, Bashar al-Assad is now gone. And it's just like, if you just look at everything, it's like, damn. Like, just the ability for humanity to devolve into the worst possible versions of ourselves for almost no reason is just crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy because it has such a ripple effect. So you have, you know, like, every action that we do that's negative, whether it's murder or bombing or whatever, like, that's having an effect on the families that are in that region, and then whole families become darkened inside. So it's like, then those, you know, everything is a retaliation, and, you know, sometimes people are just looking for a way, they're in pain and they want a way to fight back, and so you're just galvanized a whole group of people, and it's a messy situation because, man, there's no, thank you. It's, once that ripple effect is just going out, it's just like darkening the whole world around. So we have to, like, that's why Jesus' message, like, of stop, like, turn the other cheek, like, we're supposed to love each other like we love ourselves, love your neighbor like you love yourself, he says specifically. So I mean,
walked through the sacred fire forged in flames of this hell. Broken bells told the name of mine in the chapel where I fell.
Yeah, what did you make
Black
of that?
heart beats like a drum. What have I become? Like a ghost under the sun. Before you change your mind, build fortresses from fear. Take a look in my eyes and tell it feels like, maybe he's saying until it feels like. A new day was here about to begin. A new day feels like a new day was here about to begin. Come to me and see what I have become. So something new was about to happen, but he's got something inside of him that just screwed it up, and the circumstance might have changed, but he's still the same guy. Go ahead.
He says, before you change your mind, build fortress from fear. Take a look in my eyes and tell it like a new day is about to begin. So I don't know if the suggestion here is to build a fortress from fear, and that building of the fortress makes you think that there's a new day about to begin, but the fortress it never begins, like, because it just keeps closing in on you more and more.
Yeah, and that fear thing's a crazy thing, man. Fear will make you do a lot of crazy shit.
That's why Jesus said over and over, fear not, fear not, fear not.
I walk through the sacred fire, black hearts beat like a drum. What have I become? We shine like phantoms, glow like a ghost under the sun. That's a good line, man. That's a good line, because not all light is good. We shine like phantoms. You know, you can shine like a star. You shine like a phantom. You shine like a ghost. Your light actually is a harbinger of death. That's really, really interesting. Because you know that passage in, what is it, Corinthians, Satan transforms himself as an angel of light.
Yeah.
And so, like, there is kind of like evil light, and it's very, very hard, damn near impossible to explain to people. I don't talk about it a lot. ever. I don't think I've ever talked about it.
I was gonna say.
There are certain lights that are not good all the time. I'll just say it that way. Like I've been in situations where it wasn't good energy. But there was light. It's crazy shit. But the point is, biblically speaking, not everybody that comes to you all light and shiny and bright is a good thing. The light here is a phantom or a glow like a ghost under the sun. Mm-hmm. Both of those are very ironic word images. It feels like a new... See, this was a crux of it for me. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The Carl Jung stuff where he talks about, like, the shadow, and so, like, you almost have, like, that dual versions of yourself, like, the worst you can be and the best that you can be, and like, living life, part of that is, like, bringing the two of those together and being like, okay, I am both of these, and, you know, like, how am I going to steer myself toward... you know, the direction that you want to be. I guess some people just want to just get darker and darker, and their cart's going to go that direction, and that's exactly what they're going to get. Mm-hmm. But then there are other people that are like, I don't really want this, though, and they're trying to steer their cart the other direction. So when he talked about it, that to me also is, again, like, those concepts are easier to understand when we're like, okay, I mean, I was born a sinner, so that means you know that you already have a dark side, because I do think that you know, some cultures and some circles don't want... like, there's this, we just have to be perfect all the time, or we have to think that we're perfect, and, you know, like, we can't be, like, the worst or whatever. And then, you know, stuff starts happening in your life, circumstances or whatever, and then you find yourself being a different person than you maybe thought that you were. And that's because you're seeing that darker side of yourself, and you're like, who am I? Like, who have I become? It's like, no, you were born with that sin nature. Just circumstances kind of bloomed out of your heart who you are.
Just drew it out of you.
And then, you know, obviously the end of that is to say, okay, well, is there somebody that can save me from this? Because I'm kind of stuck here. And then that's where the new heart, you know, comes in. Jesus gives you a new heart and stuff. So I don't know. I mean, I think that, you know... I think you were going to say something.
Well, I mean, I think you got to have that conversation internally, but I also think we're currently having this conversation as a country. Mm-hmm. I keep hearing everybody say, this man had this many things, this many things, this many things, and look, you guys made him the president. And then there's this whole thing where this dude gets shot, the CEO or whatever gets shot, and America... almost univocally responds in the affirmative. The guy has now become a folk hero. I think the New York Times can no longer show they're no longer going to show his photo because too many girls are saying that he's fine. I mean, look, the dude is symmetrically lined up. I mean, he's a good looking dude, no diddy. And so now there's a bunch of shock from the the pundit class. They're like, what is going on? Because they're all millionaires, right? Mm-hmm. So the rest of America sees, this crooked motherfucker, we got him. Mm-hmm. And they're like, hey, wait a second. Mm-hmm. I was listening to this guy, and he was talking about George Floyd and all the rest of it, and he goes, that guy's a criminal, fuck him. And then they're talking about the CEO guy, and he's like, no matter what he did, he didn't deserve to get killed. It's like, that's so fascinating. Like, you believe George Floyd deserved to die, but you don't believe this guy deserved to die. Interesting. But, like...
wow.
But again, these situations force us. It doesn't matter what side you're on. You know, that gay nightclub got hit up a couple years ago, and you had Christians celebrating. I'm sorry, not every Christian, but there were enough celebrating, talking about God's judgment, blah 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 blah. And then a couple years ago, when that trans dude, trans girl, whatever, killed all them kids in that school. You had trans people spiking the football saying, hey man, they're going to grow up to oppress us, so fuck them. Like, America has to look itself in the mirror, man. We got to look itself in the mirror and say, like, do we actually truly hate each other in this country? Is this what we've become? Do we genuinely hate each other? And oddly enough, the reaction to the death of that CEO tells me that America is a lot closer to each other than we realize. Now, that might not be a good... well, because right-wingers aren't feeling sorry for that dude. I don't see a lot of right-wingers crying for that boy. Mm-hmm. I don't see a lot of left-wingers who are supposed to be the compassionate conscience of the country. I don't see a lot of them crying for that boy neither. I didn't shed a tear for him. I didn't shed a tear for his family. I didn't shed a tear for none of his kids. So that tells me that America is actually a lot closer than we thought we were. You both resent this dude, and you both sides are saying enough is enough with you fucking people, and the way you're just able to just go on through life and fuck everybody up, and nobody can touch you because you're rich and you make all the laws and you buy all the politicians.
Yeah.
Now you just got bodied. Ain't no argument, ain't no nothing. You got to look at that and say, what does this mean? Because to me, I'm like, well, some of this could be ameliorated if we had Medicare for all. Maybe there'd be a lot less animus to these insurance companies if we had Medicare for all. Mm-hmm. You know, we had a guy that was going there, but that was socialism. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, now you can see what the alternative is. The alternative is blood and flesh in the teeth capitalism, and in a country of 330 million people where there are more guns than human beings. Go ahead and test that. Go ahead and test it all, dear listener. I think what's happening right now in our world is that the ramifications of the major worldviews are all being tested. Judaism's worldview, the Islamic worldview in the Arab Spring, secular humanist worldview in the Western world, American hegemony relative to Russia and the BRIC nations. All these worldviews are getting tested, and all of them are coming up and found wanting. This is why I don't believe that I'm going to need to impose Christian Sharia on anyone. Mm-hmm. The scripture says that the coastlands will wait for his law. Yep. Jesus' law is going to be in demand. Yep. As all of these crazy, insane, suicidal, self-deleting worldviews show us on the world stage what it creates, eventually one generation is going to be like, man, fuck this. You can have all the isms you want. It's over with. But man, we got a real issue here with our country and I'm saying because I told you I don't feel bad for him, his family, none of them. I don't care about his mom, I don't care about his dad, I don't care about none of the people. So I used to, she'll tell you, no matter who it was, I used to feel terrible if their life got cut short. Now I don't give a fuck. Some of it has to do with losing my brother. I'm a completely different person for sure. I have to reckon with that for the rest of my life. But a lot of it is I'm just tired, man, of seeing these people fuck up the lives of American citizens. I don't have a dog in the fight. I've never had an insurance conflict. But I think all of us are tired of seeing these people just work the system all the time and get away with it scot-free and just walk down the street with no stress. While you got a dude whose kid has leukemia, he's stressed the fuck out every day. Now y'all got to talk about buying security details and watching your back. Well, if you were a good company, I don't think you'd feel that way right now.
Yeah.
If you were applying just weights and measures, I don't think you'd be feeling that way right now. If you had a just hin and an honest ephah, as the scripture says, I don't think you'd be feeling that way right now.
That's right.
I think you guys feel that way because you guys know, holy shit, I've done the same thing and worse, and these people ain't playing anymore. That's what I think. And I think there's something really wrong with us, that this horrible act of violence that gets played out on TV, it's horrible that that's what it took to get some of these people to reconsider these positions. So what have we become is a really, really interesting question, individually and corporately as a nation.
Yeah.
So, and you know, I hear you, Rick. I hear you. But a lot of Americans right now, man, everybody's pushed to the limit. Everybody's pushed to the limit. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. People I've never had to deal with an insurance problem, but people I love have had to deal with it. All my friends have had issues with insurance companies. I've had it, etc., etc. That's the thing. That's why, because there's some people, I know these people for years, and I know what kind of people they are. Riv doesn't ask for much. So I'm like, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And there's no way for them to get any sort of recourse in our current system. And I was listening to a guy, they're like, settle it in court. No, No. These people got $1 million lawyers on retainers. Riv is not going to take nobody to court. They ain't taking nobody to court.
When Milton came through here, there was a bunch of posts where people were saying, hey, when you go file this to your insurance company, don't file it as a flood, even though we had gotten flooded. Well, we didn't, but they said file it as water damage because most insurances don't cover water. They don't cover flooding, but they cover water damage. So just file it as water damage and go with it that way, which anybody who didn't, then you saw a whole slew of people that were like, I filed this flood. What am I supposed to do now? Because they wouldn't take care of it. Oh, you don't have that on your whatever. It's not right.
And like I said, like, I don't believe I have the right heart to this man and his family. I don't believe I'm right. I believe that I'm in line with probably the majority of the American sentiment about this man's family and his family. But that doesn't make me right just because everybody else is as pissed off at these people as I am. But here's the question I have for America. Okay, if you say, what have we become? The next question I'd ask is, okay, well, what do you want us to be? I think all of us gotta take a real long look at what a good America looks like in your mind state, because your dream of America might be somebody else's nightmare. Like, this is a very thought-provoking song, man. Like, I'm looking at the comments, I'm seeing people back and forth talking about shit, and like, some of this shit is just so like crazy to me. But like, I'm watching these conversations, and they're happening all the time throughout the country, and I'm like, man, how are we gonna get together? Because it's just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. I'll let Controller have the last word here. He said, it's your system that is broken. No vigilante act will fix this. This CEO will just be replaced by another one. You need to fix this, the system. Spoiler, that will never happen under GOP's government. Well, I mean, I'm not going to get into all that. But what I will say is that there are... I think nobody at this point can deny that the American system relative to healthcare is broken. You can't deny that. I also think the capitalist concept we have, where if you're $1 billion organization, you can have $1 million lawyers on retainer who will absolutely and totally destroy the little 2-bit lawyer that you're going to be able to afford. I think that puts people in a permanent caste system, and I think that's been human nature since the beginning. The problem is that we have more guns than people. And so, yes, human nature creates these kind of minority hierarchies, but now we're in a situation where the peasants have the guns.
Oh, that's why you always say that.
Yeah, so when you that's why the Brits were like, there's no way this country is going to be able to stay for a year or two. You're deputizing all the citizens? The British were laughing at the Second Amendment. You guys are deputizing all your citizens. Okay. Well, it didn't manifest itself in the assassination of a president. This time it manifested itself in the assassination of a CEO. I understand about hiring the next CEO, but let me tell you something. I've been around some of these millionaire CEOs. They're very concerned about their physical well-being. Very concerned. They'll sell out their own mothers. If we're still around in 5 years, they'll sell out their own mothers for their own personal security. I do think actually that this hit is going to actually have significant ramifications on decisions that a lot of these guys make, for sure. But hey, if you're in the ID business, hike up your rates, dear listener. Hike up your rates, because you're going to make a lot of money. Really hard song, really metal song. I'm gonna have to give this one a 9.6. We went a little long on this one, but it was important. I'm gonna give this one a 9.6.
9.6.
Real shit.
9.3 for me. 9.3. All right, you guys. Dark Tranquility is up next. We will be right back.
Dark Tranquility is next. We shall return. Finn out.
Sorry out.
Good one, Controller. You sparked up some intellectual debate, and congratulations. I'm being serious with this. Thank you for everybody in the chat. You guys were talking about some pretty touchy subjects, and you did it great. Nobody got personally attacked. It was respectful. I love it. Good job. Commercial break. Be right back. I'm dead.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 decay gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy our merch at Dina Chow shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Hey, shout out to Joe Biden. Oh my God. Oh man, this dude is the worst. He be doing the most.
The absolute most.
Oh shit. Alright guys, it's time for some beer.
Dark Tranquility.
Dark Tranquility Atoma. This is
44.
144.
Dark Tranquility, this is what our DJ has to say. This pick is a homage, to the band Dark Tranquility, and especially the vocalist Mikkel Stan. He is such a down-to-earth guy. Even though he's been in the metal scene since the early 90s, he's still grateful by the support shown by the audience.
Oh, this is the one you accidentally read before.
Well, we didn't have to, and he shows his love back as expressed in the video you are about to watch on the side. Not taking any chances. I was right there, further back. Summer Breeze 2017. All 3 pictures were taken by me. And also seeing them this year at the same festival.
This man has went to every fucking... Is this Controller again?
My favorite performance, Northern Scoundrel says. Okay, whoops. Hold on. And also seeing them this year at the same festival, they had my favorite performance and now also my favorite album of the year, 2024, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the song. The song is Atoma by the band Dark Tranquility.
Dark Tranquility.
Dark Tranquility.
Still not there. What do you call it? Atoma?
Yeah.
There it is. Dark Tranquility Atoma! This is Northern Scoundrel again. Let's go right now. Did you timestamp it?
Yeah, we did.
All right, let's do it. That's a live one.
Yep.
Send me those pics too.
Yep.
Pinky. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Which band is this?
This was Dark Tranquility. The name of the song was Atoma.
Atoma. This is them live.
Here it is.
Notice the D and the T. That's for a band named Dark Tranquility.
You notice what's not there?
You notice what's not there?
Didn't sorry.
Didn't sorry.
We need to go to a show.
Yeah, we do, man. I need to let loose on these people. People think they know how to headbang. Y'all don't know how to headbang.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh shit. Please.
And this is them in the light version. Yep, because freaking controller gets to go see everybody, even in COVID, whatever. Did you give me those lyrics?
Oh, I thought I did. Did I not? Did I not?
No, I did. You did.
Okay.
You did.
I was like,
hold
well, let
your
me
feet
just
to
do
the
it
ground
again.
for the rest of your life.
Okay, I will not play along with things I find unfair. I will not mount defenses against unjust attacks. This land was never given. We built this on our own. Insanity dependent whether we rise or fall. Whether we rise or fall, one for the night, one for the uncontrolled. Hold your feet to the ground.
I love that line.
Which one? One for the uncontrolled?
Yeah, one for the night and one for the uncontrolled. Yep, I'm with it. You can't control me, baby.
Oh. Hold your feet to the ground to the end of our time for the rest of our lives. Hold your head up on high to the end of our time for the rest of our lives. Okay, so what's going on in this song?
Well, I just think it's about standing up for what you believe in. And it's about, the pressure that everybody who doesn't go along with the zeitgeist is under to go along with the zeitgeist. And, I remember when we first came out and, we were starting to blow up. People would say, man, this is great area. Stop talking about abortion, though. Don't talk about abortion.
Yep.
And I'd always say to them, no.
I knew you would always say exactly like you. He'd say no.
No.
Yep.
No. I'm going to unsub. Go. I am not going to stand before the Lord Jesus and have him tell me that I was on some hoe shit because I wanted people in Facebook world to like me.
Exactly.
Everybody loves this principle. I'm not going to play along with the shit that I find unfair until they're on the side of the unfairness. This is very clearly demonstrated by our good friend Cenk Uygur. Cenk Uygur talks about, you can't, unions and the worker, and he makes himself sound like he's like this Marxist superhero. And then what happened, Mr. Uygur, when your group tried to unionize? You destroyed it immediately. You destroyed it immediately.
I forgot about that.
You destroyed it immediately.
Shut it down.
You shut it down. I mean, there's no way around that shit, bro. Like, it's crazy. But yeah, man, there's always pressure to conform. And the irony of where we are right now is like, if you do not conform, these people want you to face serious consequences. They want real material harm to come to you, man, if you don't conform to their worldview and their understanding of things. And it's a lot easier for Christians to keep their Christianity under wraps. It's a lot easier if you're on the wrong side in one of these cultural discussions. There's been a lot of shit where it's like, yeah, man, I'm ready, I'm prepared to lose friends over this shit. But yeah, it's a very inspiring song because it's talking about one for the uncontrolled. I really love that.
Yeah. What?
I love, Jesus says,
So,
he said something to the effect of like, if you love your life in this world, you'll lose it. He said, if you hate your life in this world, you will gain it. And I don't interpret that as hate, as in I hate my life. But I take it as the life that Jesus was calling his people to live in that context. You'd have looked at those people and say, man, you really hate yourself. Because you're making life a lot harder than it needs to be. Just burn some incense to Caesar, show him his respect, and keep it moving. Why do you have to bring all this drama in here? Now we gotta fucking crucify you and set you on fire, or I gotta get you and now I gotta tend to the lions and throw you into the... Why are you guys being like this? And everybody loves the story where somebody goes against the zeitgeist for something that they stand up. Everybody loves it when it's like, I'm going to stand alone. And we cannot recognize that in our political enemies. You know, like we can't see that in people because a lot of us are on the wrong side of an issue. Mm-hmm. One of the ways you know that you're on the wrong side of the issue is if the mainstream media is in complete lockstep with what your talking point is, you're probably on the wrong side of the issue.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
right?
Yeah.
Like you're on the wrong side of an issue in that situation. Conforming can be a necessary thing also for survival in society. We have certain conformity pressures in Norwegian society. The black metal individualism can be seen as rebellion against it. Well, yeah, and I'm not a pure collectivist, and I'm not a pure individualist either, and neither are Americans. They demonstrated that when Colin Kaepernick decided he was going to kneel, and all the individualist Americans did not, including Mr. Trump, did not see it that way. Mm-hmm. So I think most Americans are a combination of collectivists and individualists, and most of us have not really teased both of those concepts out to try to come up with some sort of logos that combines them. It's just based on our whims and our previous predilections and whatever. But yeah, man, like, my thing is, what major topic in society are you going against right now? Mm-hmm. What major accepted practice in society are you going against? And if there is none, then we have to ask the question, well, bless God, we're the first ever generation where that's happened. Mm-hmm. We're the first ever generation that has not committed an atrocity acceptable to society.
Think about it.
What are the odds? Mm-hmm. Dear listener, I did a Middle America episode about 5 years ago now about assisted suicide. Mm. And people had all these, ideas about bodily autonomy and all the rest of this. Then when we looked at the data, because there were a couple of countries that piloted it, we looked at the data, and the vast majority of the people that avail themselves of those services were elderly people who were lonely and had no other family and said, fuck it, it'd just be better if I died. And so I was on there saying, what are we doing here? This is not death with dignity. This is you're no longer cared for by society. Yeah. And we're going to do the Inuit thing, shout out to them, and leave you behind because you're just a drain on our resources. Everybody's saying, no, Vin, that's not what's going on. No. And now we've got this thing called Made in Canada. Mm-hmm. And this dude, physically decent situation, but mentally bipolar disorder, etc. They asked this dude if he would just rather the maid option, meaning we'll just kill you for you if you want us to do that. During that discussion, I asked people, I said, well, what about mental illness? What about if somebody has a chronic, because people say, what if people are in chronic pain, Vin? Yep. And I said, what about people with chronic mental illness? Oh, no, we'll get them help. Who are you to say that? Mm-hmm. Who are you to say, well, there's physical malady over here that's never going to get cured. Yeah, you should be able to kill yourself there. But this psychological malady that's never going to get cured, you shouldn't be able to kill yourself. I said, once you put that genie out, you can't do that. And that's exactly what's happening now. I couldn't watch the video, but it was this perfectly beautiful woman in her 40s or something like that. She transitioned, and she said, if this doesn't do it for me, I'm out of here. And so she transitioned. It didn't do it for her. So she decided and they did an interview with her, and she's laughing, and she's doing and everybody's cracking jokes, and I'm like, this is fucking sick.
Oh my God.
It's demonic. It's satanic. I don't go fuck what nobody says.
Yeah.
Abortion, we are about to overcome that monster, and this shit, on the other side of it, is coming. Because think of this through with me. We've got Greenland that eugenically aborted away all of their Down syndrome children. Then you've got Canada. Oh, you have a mental health issue? Why don't you take this maid? Then Europe. Oh, we're going to pilot this. Oh, you're a lonely old person? Here we go. We have a solution for you. So we're going to get to a point where some of these European countries are literally going to be operating with the ultimate solution, not just for one group of people, but for anybody that can no longer fit well into society. We don't see how any of that could go the wrong way. Okay. I am never, ever, ever going to stop advocating for life. Ever. And when the weirdos try to bring that fucking assisted suicide shit to America, I'm always going to be against it. Because in all these situations, it always ends up being the vulnerable and the people without advocates who keep dying. And that's why white women in America have the lowest per capita abortion rate, and black women have the highest. When we start assisted suiciding people, how do you think that's going to turn out?
Oh my gosh.
Anybody ever been a trans teenager? Doesn't matter where you are. That's a pretty difficult life, especially if you're white and you're used to being the king of the hill and everything. What's stopping them from availing themselves of some assisted suicide? Especially now we're doing YouTube interviews, making it sound like it's some funny shit to do. Look, man, there's a reason I am the way that I am. There's a reason I'm willing to slash and burn and lose friends on this channel. This shit is crazy, and it's run by insane sociopaths. It's a fact. Many of whom are demonized. They are. You have to be inspired by Satan to go to somebody with a mental health issue and say, hey, we can just kill you.
Oh my God.
And we can take your bed. Who can take your bed?
Jeez.
What's underneath will overcome. One for the night, one for the uncontrolled. That's the reason I keep fighting, because I do believe that goodness is going to overcome evil. I do believe that. And I do believe that God uses imperfect vessels to bring about his good intentions for the world. And that's why I don't really have a lot of time to blame politicians for their moral failings or whatever. Because we're in a situation right now where people literally do not understand why they're here.
Yeah.
Secular humanism has stripped everybody of ultimate meaning and purpose.
Yep.
And that's the reason it's so easy for these people to just end lives wholesale. It's sick.
There's no... And, like, the idea that people are made in the image and likeness of God, and that each person represents God in a different way, then you have this understanding that all of humanity is necessary for us to grasp a broader picture of who God is. And we're just killing people off. Like the old, like the wisdom that they could have, like the insights about life and everything, just cut them off like they're just worthless. I mean, it's just absolutely wild that, like you said, the time period that we're at, where it's like making all of these crazy decisions to just give people the opportunity to end their life. Like, and then what age is that going to be legal? Is that like once you turn 18? Like, or do you have to, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's...
Well, that's the other thing. What's to stop them from just doing it? I'm trans and I've been suicidal. Best believe I know docs don't have any love for trans folks. Facts! Because most of y'all are poor, right? Because you can't get jobs because we got some evangelical Christian who, whatever. Okay, so you can't get a job. Most of you guys are poor. If we get some sort of Medicare for all, you're going to be viewed as a whatever to the state, and they're absolutely going to continuously offer that option to... That's one of the number one reasons I don't want this shit in America. Because when I was a suicidal 18-fucking-year-old kid, if somebody would have given that to me, I'd have took it without a hesitation, bruh. And I was 18. So no, I'm not going to stop. Because I told people, I said, you think this is going to stop with babies in the womb? Dummy?
Nope.
If they'll do it to the most innocent members of our society, what do you think's going to happen with you?
With the greatest potential, obviously, because a child could grow to be anything.
Right. We could have aborted the cure for cancer 6 times over already. Allahu Akbar. Say what you want about Elon Musk. That boy's probably going to get us to Mars in about 50 years. How many Elon Musks have we lost? I don't know. You know, the irony of this whole thing is the leftists probably did have a bunch of Elon Musk, but you killed them all! I like the song because to me it's about truly standing up for what you believe in. I will say, even though I say all the time I'm willing to lose friends over this, blah, 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 I will say, though, that our community, I push the pluralistic sort of instincts of left-wing people. I push that shit to the edge because people are like, yo, I like dude, but this take right here, I know it's difficult for y'all. So I'm going to tip my hat to y'all relative to having to tolerate me. I don't believe any of you guys are my enemy. I believe that we're dealing with intelligences, which now it's just a mainstream thing to say non-human intelligence. You guys know me. I've been saying this shit from deep. I just saw they're trying to figure out this shit in New Jersey. People are like, well, what about non-human intelligences? Okay, look, man. There's real good and there's real evil in the world. And if you're not on Jesus' team, you're on the evil team. That's what Jesus said. I didn't say that. He said, whoever's not with me is against me, and whoever does not gather with me scatters. Okay, that's it. So that controls the way that I look at the world. Okay? And Jesus says, I came that they may have life and that they may have it abundantly. That means that we don't kill babies, we don't kill old people, and it also means that when that baby or that old person's on the earth, they're supposed to have an abundant life. That means that if I have a bunch of money and this baby doesn't, then I need to find some way to equalize that so that that person can live an abundant life. Jesus did not come and say, I have come that they may have life and barely survive. Nope. He said life and life abundantly. Now, was it spiritual life? Of course. Was it soulish life? Of course. But you can't say it excludes the physical life as well. You can't do it. So Jesus guides how I interpret all this shit. The way that Americans are with their money in relation to the health care of their fellow citizens is downright satanic.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is my money. I, me. Be quiet. The scripture says it's the Lord your God that gives you the ability to generate wealth. Did you know that? You think God gave you the ability to generate wealth so that you could fucking watch as all the people around you die in poverty and starvation? Watch as you got fucking 35, 40-year-old women, moms of two, going to OnlyFans because she cannot afford her health care?
Oh.
And then you get on YouTube and Twitter and mock her for being an OnlyFans prostitute, blah, blah, blah. But you support a financial system that forced that girl in that fucking situation? And then when one of them decides they're going to repent and find somebody and gets married, instead of cheering her on like a Christian sister, you're out here still talking shit about her because you, inside your disgusting little satanic heart, are still out there beating off the videos of her, and she makes you feel the real conviction because she got over it and you didn't. You don't think I know you? I know y'all. Fuck all of you. Myself included. All I'm saying, guys, is that, look, we can complain all we want about Donald Trump. We can complain all we want about Pamela, whatever. But until we all look in the mirror and say, am I really going against the tide? Am I really going against the tide? Am I really? Do I really 100% believe everything that the people in my peer group say? Really? You don't have any disagreements with them? Or do you? But you're a controlled person and you're not going to say anything because you know those people genuinely don't love you. Because if they did, they would accept whatever political position you held, right? It's not always easy, man. It's not always... Everybody wants to be the hero. Everybody wants to be the one guy that would do this while everybody's doing the Sieg Heil thing. Everybody expects themselves to be like that. All the little white girls want to be June from Handmaid's Tale. Stop it! You were too scared to have your little friends mad at you for 20 seconds, lady. You would not overcome the patriarchy. Stop it! You'd be the first one in the kitchen saying, what would you like, sir? Y'all ain't out here on these streets. That's me alienating everybody. All right. I really, really like this song. It was very inspiring. And 9.6.
9.3 for me.
Who came up with this song?
This one was for the big homie Northern Scoundrel.
Man, he always got them, they'll make you think about shit. All right, so for all the 4 people that are still with us, never you fail. We've got more songs coming on the other side of the break. Love your neighbor, all that shit. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Coming right back. Don't go nowhere. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
Listen up. There's the filthy captionist. Sorry says 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 decay gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, at y'all shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. Type 22 if you like the sepia setting, or type 25 if you want us back to the regular unsepia thing. This is regular unsepia. This is sepia. So 22 for sepia, 25 for non-sepia. You dummies. All right.
All right.
Here we go.
Ready?
Later, Dwayne.
Good day to you.
Good day, sir. Good day.
Good day, sir. Okay, can you tell me what the timestamp is, please?
2:12:45.
All right, Slow Fall, Polaris.
Polaris.
Oops, Polaris. Okay, this pick is a new band I saw live for the first time. Again, Summer Breeze 2024, a festival I have to thank for the almost countless number of concerts they have given me the opportunity to experience. This is Slow Fall from Finland. Also, shout out to the YouTube channel Mellow Deathmaster. Go subscribe. Well done. That's
Were
Mellow.
they advertising somebody else's channel?
Yep.
Mellow Death Master.
Here we go.
Shout out to Mellow Death Master, whoever you are, sir.
Yep. I'm going to put it over here in the chat. There you go.
You must rank very high.
Check it out.
You must rank very high.
You got friends in high places, I see.
Yeah. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go, guys. Next song. What are we calling this song again?
Polaris.
By who?
Slow Fall. For Northern Scoundrel.
Again, another one from Northern Scoundrel. Let me find out.
I'm going to send you another one of his band pictures.
He must have really liked that discount, eh? Did you down? Okay, so Polaris. How do you spell that? Polaris.
Well, I spelt it Polaris. So, whoops. Here we go. There you go. Polaris.
Okay, it's not there anywhere.
It's not.
It's not anywhere. Talk to the people.
It's odd.
Talk to the people.
Here you go. Yeah, I had to look this one up and download it separately. Okay, I'm not sure what happened. Okay, Northern Scoundrel. Oh yeah, we can go back to.
What happened is you failed me for the last time.
Okay, we can do the random Ask Me Anything, and you asked me Godzilla or what is it? The big giant gorilla. What's his name?
Huh?
King Kong.
King Kong?
Yeah. My vote is I think Godzilla would probably.
You think Godzilla would beat King Kong?
I don't know how they are size. Are they almost the same size?
I don't know.
If they're almost the same size, then I'm going with King Kong. But if King Kong is so small he has to climb up the back of Godzilla, then I think I'm gonna go with Godzilla.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit more evenly matched than that. I don't know.
So I'm gonna give it King Kong.
Okay.
King Kong for me. All right.
All right. Well, Polaris slow fall.
I'm not a let's see. Merciful King. What's this? Video description timestamp in the Northern Scoundrel is 2 songs, not 3. 2 songs back to back. SGS was not Scoundrel. Idiots. How did we do that? Well, you know what? Glad you were here.
Who said that?
That's Ben, of course.
Ben Webb?
No.
Oh.
Ben Bear.
Oh, that's good to see Ben Bear. That's good.
You just were hoping to have some of Ben Webb's negativity.
One of my favorite people in the world.
I know he is.
I love him. He's such a good dude.
All right, you guys. Random Ask Me Anything. Yeah, I did. I answered the Godzilla question. Oh, Godzilla no question, Last Hate says. They're the same size? If they're the same size, then I'm definitely going with King Kong. Absolutely. What do you give it? Godzilla and Kong. Do you give it... You going with Godzilla or are you going with Kong? Sometimes when the kids bring me tea, I'm like, I hope they didn't get that any close to the dirty kitchen rag, you know? Mm-hmm. Okay, Godzilla is way more powerful than Kong. Godzilla's atomic breath would roast Kong alive.
Wait, Godzilla has atomic breath?
Well, first of all, I didn't know that. But secondly...
If he has atomic breath, it's over with.
But...
That's it.
But if King Kong is like... Is he smarter?
What does it matter?
I don't know. He might be able to figure something out.
If I drop a fucking atomic bomb on a university, they still gonna die, bro.
Well, I think it's just where his breath is heading. I don't think it's like a whole... I don't know. I don't know.
He said atomic!
Yeah.
That means it's over with.
But I didn't picture atomic. Somebody else confirmed that it's atomic and
the
not...
man
like,
said atomic!
Yeah, but maybe that was his word. Okay. Sorry, would a rose by any of the other names smell as sweet? Absolutely. I don't even know why they called it a rose. I think that's such a boring name for such a beautiful smelling flower.
What about rosa?
Maybe that's better. Rosa is better.
It's literally the same word.
I know, but it's a different language. So obviously it sounds different.
Well, everybody likes our sepia view.
Okay.
So we're going to stay with it.
Oh, okay. He was created by the atomic test.
Dude is literally powered by radiation. That's it.
Godzilla wins. I mean,
what is wrong with you? He's powered by radiation.
I just wanted King Kong to win.
Why does chocolate taste like chocolate? Because God wants you to experience chocolate that way. There is no other explanation, and you know that, mister. Hard problem of consciousness and all that. Stop fighting against your creator and join the team. All right, here we go. Here we go. What's the name of this song again?
This one is Slow Fall Polaris.
Slow Fall Polaris, and we got the new timestamp.
I got it.
Slow Fall Polaris. Let's do it. Now let's go. Woo.
Be afraid.
You tell him to be afraid.
Mm-hmm.
This is out of line music, dear listener. That was some metal! Some
metal for
knuckle-dragging,
sure.
ignorant metal, which
Slow
is
fall.
what I'm about!
Polaris.
Here is a picture of the Big Homie controller at the actual Slow Fall thingamajiggy.
Slow Fall concert, which was at the
Concerto.
2024 again Summer Breeze. Not again, just Summer Breeze.
So dude
Festival.
went into the crowd, it looks like. Look at that.
Yeah, it does look like it. Yep.
Damn, so he was like standing right in front of dude. It said click. Mm-hmm. All right, that was Slow Fall. That was again Northern Scoundrel, right?
Yeah, that was Northern Scoundrel.
Yeah, the homie had a whole bunch of them. Melodic freaking death. I think that melodic death metal is one of my
favorites. Yeah.
What's that band? In Flames. Are they a melodic death metal band? In Flames? I'm not sure, but I like them. I think they're in that thing. We saw, what was it, like Wolves in the Throne Room or something like that?
Yeah.
That was another really, really good band that we saw live at the Behemoth show.
Yeah.
I forgot who it was, but
yeah.
I think it was them. I took the picture. I'm not part of the picture. Right. I was figuring that, like, dude was, like, right in front of you when you snapped it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, let's read the lyrics. It kind of sounded like mythical at the beginning. I've come a long way down here, carried my burden, gave away my name, a restless gazer of the stars in search for the purest sun. From afar I saw you burn, the spark between two darknesses. Not even the deepest cloud could hide you.
Spark between two darknesses. Go ahead, Brother Minister.
Ooh. Not even the deepest cloud could hide you, or your all-encompassing shine. Rise higher and light up the skies, burn like untamed fire in the dark. Rise, the one with the iron heart, my Polaris rise, my Polaris rise.
Why do you keep saying that? Polaris!
Sorry.
That's a
Polaris.
star. That's a star, right?
Polaris, sorry. If only I could give my voice for you, so my song would be free for these chains of mortality, and you could sing my song for a million centuries to come. Okay, so what do you think's happening here? Because it sounds like he's coming down here he's in search of something. He was a restless, it's weird because he's saying a restless gazer of the stars in search for the purest sun. I've come a long way down here. When he says I've come a long way down here, it makes it sound like he came from above and now he's here. But then it says carried my burden, gave away my name, a restless gazer of the stars in search for so now that he's come down, now he's searching the stars and looking for the purest sun, like he's in search.
Well, I actually think this is a relationship song, and I think he is using that as a device to talk about how hard it is to find someone. I've come a long way down here, carried my burden, gave away my name. A restless gazer of the stars in search for the purest sun. Not really sure. The gave away my name is could be a reference to marriage, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's interesting because it says when you get married, we usually say is they take the last name. Mm-hmm. And so it's a woman taking something. Yeah. It's not the woman giving up her last name. It's her taking the man's last name is what we say. Which is a really interesting balance. Of course, you've got a lot of feminists like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep my maiden name. It's like, well, your maiden name is your dad's last name, so. I don't really understand that logic there, sister, but let's keep it cracking.
I don't understand that logic either. I think being able to take the last name, like every time I write our last name.
Damn it, you two! Wait until I get McGuire songs on my stream, which I requested this very night!
Okay, so so is he saying like he saw her light, like the two darknesses? Is that like his world?
Yeah, I think
she's a light in between.
Yeah,
them?
he's making it sound like he makes it sound like he's some sort of angel, right? Like coming down. You know what I'm saying? So as I came down a long way from here, carried my burden, gave away my name, a restless gazer of the stars in search for the purest sun. So I think the stars are the field of other girls, not necessarily groupies, just other girls. And they're
No, you can say it. I know where you're going. I mean, Proverbs 31 has it in there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, go.
No, go. You can do it.
No, go. Please do it.
So there's this poem in the Bible where this dude starts bragging about his wife, and his wife is this, his wife is that, his wife is awesome, blah, 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 blah. She has a job, she owns a business. She's not a stay-at-home mom. I'm sorry, she's not. But anyway, In this ancient poem, this dude is bragging about his wife, and then he says, to the effect of, all the other women have done excellently, but you're the greatest. And so I love being able to say, this is where I'm at, without having to tear anybody else down. Mm-hmm. I love America. I love Americans. I believe that we're the greatest country in the world. I believe that we're the greatest country of all time ever. That does not mean I want bad things for other countries. I want to hear the national anthem after we play people in basketball. I don't want the guys on the other team to all break their legs or whatever. We don't. That's like one of the things about our culture that's crazy to me. Like, why do we have to tear somebody down in order to build somebody up? Why can't we bring everybody up and say, you're my favorite? So I really like that part of the song, if what I'm saying is close to the interpretation. I've come a long way down here, carry my burden, wave away my name, a restless gazer of the stars in search for the purest sun. So if I'm looking at this as a relationship, like he is gazing at these stars, which are glorious in and of themselves, but they're not his sun. They're not his reason for getting up every day, blah, 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 right? That's the one special person that he's looking for, is what it looks like to me. Mm-hmm. From afar, I saw you burn, the spark between the two darknesses. Not even the deepest cloud could hide you or your all-encompassing shine. So, like, he found her. Mm-hmm. He found the sort of source of light that no matter where she is, she's going to find some way to bring positivity and happiness to the... You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Go ahead. What were you thinking?
Yeah, no, I saw that. I didn't, like... It's funny because usually I can pick up.
Yeah, usually you're the relationship song. And I don't know if it's a relationship song or not.
Well,
it
definitely seems like it, the way that you're breaking it down. And yeah, it does seem like that's what's going on. Or your all-encompassing shine. Rise higher and light up the skies. Burn like untamed fire in the dark. Rise, the one with iron heart. My Polaris rise. My Polaris rise. And a Polaris is... What did you say? You said it's a star.
I'm assuming it's just a star. It's
so
another
that's
way.
Interesting. So he flipped back.
She's kind of like his north or whatever. I think is probably what it comes out to. But that's the effect that she's had on him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a really cool celebration. Of this. Go ahead.
He says, "If only I could give up my voice for you." Do you think that has anything to do with like his desire to use the voice that he has and keep touring and all of that stuff, but give it up for her?
That's
and
a good
come
point.
Home? So my song would be free from these chains of mortality, and you could sing my song for a million centuries to come. Oh, so maybe he's saying he wishes that he could just give it to her, and you could sing my song.
Yeah, so Polaris is a North Star. Ah!
Yeah,
I got it.
Job.
Good guess from me. Yeah!
Good job!
By the way, is anybody in the New Jersey area seeing those UFOs? It's so crazy to me that, like, what a world, huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. If only I would give my voice for you. So it looks like maybe they're done. Because she made him choose between music and her?
Rise, the one with iron heart.
That's really interesting. As a dude, he describes this girl as having an iron heart. That's usually not something that you say to compliment a woman. But it's interesting because in that poem, she's called an Eshet Chayal, a woman of valor. Mm-hmm. I think the English translation translates it as a woman of virtue who can find. Mm-hmm. But the term is used mostly of men in war in the Old Testament. So like David was a man of valor. Mm-hmm. And then like when David had special forces, like the 10 or whatever, they were all men of valor. It's all the same word. So in Proverbs, this guy's writing this poem about his wife. He doesn't say necessarily that she's virtuous. He says that there is a specific virtue that she has in spades, which is valor. And that's why it says she can look at the future and laugh. Because the future's filled with a whole bunch of uncertainties. And most of us cannot look at the future right now and laugh. But she can, because she's so steady within God that she doesn't care what's going to happen, because she knows it's going to work for her good regardless. Anyway, so she can look at the future and laugh. That is not just a virtuous person. There's a specific virtue that you need for that, and that's basically an iron heart that comes in trusting God for the future.
Yeah.
And so
yes,
it's very interesting how the Bible presents femininity as, because this woman in Proverbs 31 is like, go ask any like serious evangelical Christian. She's supposed to be like the pinnacle of what it means to be a woman.
Yeah.
And this woman has a mighty heart. She's not scared. She works hard. She's intelligent. She generates revenue apart from her husband. Her husband, his main role is to brag on her. Okay, this is an ancient Near Eastern document. And the book of Proverbs is all about wisdom. And so wisdom is like, literally, wisdom is deified in the book of Proverbs, literally. And at the end of the chapter, when the author says, okay, I'm going to close all of this with one final poem, it's a woman doing regular woman shit, but running shop. It's incredible. So it's interesting when he talks about her iron heart or whatever. That's usually not something people think about when they come to women or women that they want to marry. But the life that we're in right now, you can't have a weak-hearted woman, man. It's just too much shit. Look what everybody's been going through in the last whatever. It's very good to be able to have somebody with an iron heart, and you definitely have that for sure. Yeah, now is not the time for soft hearts, man. Not in this context, right? Now is the time for women that can know who they are, know who their God is, and know that they're going to play their position regardless of whatever the future holds for them. Because this future is fucking uncertain. Y'all know very well, we could wake up tomorrow and be fucking World War III, bruh. Right? We could wake up tomorrow and our president could be dead. I mean, there's a million things that can happen tomorrow we don't know about, which is very ironic, considering what's going to happen tomorrow. But, like, when I hear, we watch a lot of these dating shows, and I'm always like, thank you, Jesus Christ, that I do not have to, like, I sometimes pray for you young men. Because there's a certain kind of woman that's necessary for this time period, and a lot of dudes don't know how to find that kind of woman. And I'm telling you, all this like machismo, manosphere stuff, trust me, that bubble's about to break. We need each other desperately, and we do not need soft-hearted women. I'm sorry. We need some... It ain't got to be like that, but we can't. You can't have soft-hearted women in this situation that we're in right now, bruh. So shout out to all the shorties. That's a rare combination where you got somebody that's that strong but plays her position. Good luck, fellas. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. I have no idea what to tell y'all. One plans something and then boom, life happens. Exactly right. Exactly right. Exactly right. And hey, as I said, you gotta have a little bit more extra in the tank for these days. My God. Yeah. If you want to be macho, you better fucking be ready to assume the responsibilities that come with it.
Yeah, both are necessary. Men and women, we need each other.
And we need each other. We need each other.
And it just, there's been too much battle of the sexes. It's time for like the maturity of the partnership of making stuff work together and like going in the same direction and I don't know. And
seeing the value in the differences between men and women.
Celebrating
instead of trying to take them as weapons of warfare against each other.
Yes.
That's why I say, like, the boys, they roughhouse a lot. They go all over the place, and sometimes it gets bloody, somebody gets bruised, and she's like, I'm like, man, you sit down, let them boys fight. They're not mad at each other. Let them boys fight.
It's cute because you'll be like, no, you played your position perfectly.
Yeah, but then later I'll say you did exactly what you're supposed to do. Like you're supposed to be the one that says, stop it, guys. Like that's what you're supposed to do. Like it's a hard balance, man. It's a hard balance, and I don't envy any of you dudes, and I don't envy any of you ladies.
Well, everything is so much balance because, you know, like Seneca today, I noticed twice. He's like 2.5. And he is like running around wrestling his brothers, and he fell, but he really didn't fall very hard. But he like put his face down onto the ground and started like weeping dramatically. And he started like he was gonna head in that direction to weep dramatically. And I said, hey, you're okay. And then he stood up and he looked at me. It had a straight face, and then he said, okay? I said, you're okay. And then he just got a big smile on his face and went back to playing. Like, he wasn't really that. And I think that is, like, I think that it's good for the mother to be maternal and to pick them up and to hold them and to hug them and bandage their wounds. At the same time, I think it's important for the feminine aspect of the marriage to also have that. But you can stand up on that one, though. You're good.
Yeah.
So it's you know,
if I got a woman like that, then I can be as cavemanish as I need to be with them kids, because I know that the feminine energy is going to come and smooth some of those rough edges, and boys need both. Mm-hmm. It can't just be we fighting all the time, we bruised up, we got cut knees. Like, there's got to be some empathy, some maternal, right? And it definitely can't be mommy's coming to rescue you from every pain and suffering. Can't be that. Mm-hmm. But you have to mature. You know, I've had 7 tries at this, right? So I've figured it out. Mm-hmm. It's like, no, I need the woman to say that, and then I need to be able to say, I know that, let them be boys. Mm-hmm. Like, that's the optimal situation. You do not want your woman to be a fucking UFC champion being like, yeah!
Mm-hmm. Like, it's nice, too,
if
though.
If her little 4-year-old has a bloody lip, like, she's supposed to freak out, bro. Mm-hmm. That's good. That's a good thing. Go ahead.
It's nice when you have the both, because it's almost like, you know, like when you're driving down the highway, you have the guardrail on both sides.
Yeah.
So you don't fall off either side. And so it's the, you know, like, here's the female energy saying, oh, is he okay, blah, blah, blah. But then I also can rest in the fact that I can kind of like baby them, be wise about it. But at the same time, I know that, like, you're also there to make sure that they're growing to be men. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, that's... they're going to spend the majority of their life being a man.
You have to know how to relate to violence. Mm-hmm. And you have to know how violence works in order for you to overcome it. And that's one of the major problems I see with foreign policy. At the average voter level, people do not understand how violence works. And it's because we're not being taught at the earliest age as to how violence works. But yeah, like, I like the song because for the most part, men are not complete without their women. There are people that God has said, look, you're going to be single for your entire life, okay? But for the most part, God looks down from heaven and says, that boy needs some help. He did it with me. He said, that boy needs some help. And listen, I've done some of the most incredible shit in the world. You have no idea. I am like one of the most incredible people I've ever met in my life. Honestly. Honestly, I'm not lying to you. And it amazes me. I laugh sometimes in the shower. It amazes me, like, what I've done in the world, and, like, to know how much of my life depends on this person. It's crazy. But it is what it is. God looked down and said, yeah, boy needs some help. So, I love the way he phrased this. Man, there's nothing to me like a dude writing a song to a girl, man. There's just nothing more pure than that to me. Nothing. Maybe she'll like that he wrote a song for her. 9.5 for me.
I'm gonna match you at 9.5.
Women smell good. Shout out to our President Joe Biden. Yo, I don't care what y'all say. When you guys wake up and hear that he's gone on to the next world, you're gonna be sad, man. You're gonna be sad, bro. Tell the truth. You're gonna be sad. You ain't gotta love him, but you're gonna be sad. You're gonna miss the homie. Yeah, no, that's how we do it here. From a male perspective, your mother teaches you how to treat and respect women. Fathers teach you how to be a fucking man and protect women. Maybe it's an antiquated stance, but that's where I'm on. That's where I'm on, bro. I'm with it. Mm-hmm. I'm with it. Okay, we're coming right back. What did you give the...
Yeah, I matched you.
Would you get 9.5?
9.5, yep.
Freaking northern scoundrel with the fucking... He's one of the best. All right, we will see you beautiful people on the other side of the break. Finn out.
3 out.
Gone. I'm dead.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. A child shall lead them, dear listener.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of a mega ultra stream.
The imperishable flames.
The imperishable flames. Yes, dear
as
listener.
you affectionately know them as. Misery Business
This,
pick.
by the way, is their symbol. Mm-hmm. Okay.
This is a Pringle.
Haha, see what you did there. You came up with a nice little jingle.
For shingle.
Yeah.
Shout out to you know.
And if you live in an Islamic country, men and women don't mingle.
Yep, they're gonna have to stay single.
Kai's pick up next, losers. We got this guy named Kai. I don't know if you've ever heard
Manchester.
of him. We've got the Manchester Orchestra.
Yeah.
The Silence. My bad. All right, here we go.
Misery Biz.
Misery Biz.
Manchester Orchestra, The Silence. He says, in the spirit of Christmas, I wanted my pick to be in the form of a gift. This is a gift for ROA's member, Andrew 43, who tried to get his song through several times. It was the first time I heard of this band, and I really like this song. Unfortunately, I haven't seen him online in a while, but Andrew 43, if you happen to see this stream, Merry Christmas. Manchester Orchestra is an indie rock band from Atlanta, Georgia, and was formed in 2004. This song is from their 2017 album, A Black Mile to the Surface.
A Black Mile to the Surface. Mm-hmm. Okay. Good. Very good. Did you timestamp it?
I'll take it. 2:45.
Just do 2:46. All right, guys, here we are. What do they call it again?
Manchester Orchestra.
Ah, damn it.
What?
Manchester Orchestra.
Yes, Manchester.
Here we go. Here's the Manchester Orchestra. Let's do it. You got the lyrics?
Coming to you.
Thank you.
you, amplified in the sound, justified in the way you make me breathe. Magnified in the sound, anatomically true. That you don't
Damn. Okay. We off mute?
Yep.
That's a tough one. That was... Is the word emotive? Like, it definitely had some emotion, and like it kind of like brought something out of you. It kind of sounds like a relationship song, and it sounds like, well, it's from his perspective, so it sounds like he's it doesn't seem like she's very good to him.
Really?
Yeah. But it sounds like he still stays with the situation.
Is these the lyrics right here? Why do I deserve the
but
science?
It's not science, it's silence.
Oh, okay. Why do I deserve the silence to feel better about you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
At
this
a
guy,
loss.
like, you got to really think about what he's saying here.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
But go ahead.
At a loss, I lost my cool. I denied that I found you. That I didn't really... At a loss, I lost my cool. I denied that I found you. Because when he says at a loss, I lost my cool, it sounds like, you know, like something happened that put him at like a loss. It's like when something happens and then you like...
Later, controller.
Get
frustrated. Really good picks, by the way, buddy. Go ahead,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Have a good night. When you, like, at a loss, I lost my cool. So it sounds like something happened and then he lost his cool as a result of it. I denied that I found you. I don't know what that means.
I think what
like,
he's saying is...
almost like disowning her in the moment that he found out something.
No, I think what he's saying is... Because in the previous song, he said he's looking at all these stars because he's trying to find his son. Right? I'm not saying that these are related at all. I'm just...
Okay.
This is how I'm constructing my theory.
Okay, but this is a different band and everything, you know? Okay.
I understand. So, in the previous song, he was saying, I was looking for the sun.
Yeah.
And, you know, the other girls were basically just stars, but then he found his son.
Uh-huh.
And I think that in most relationships, when people really get serious, they're like, you're my person, I found my person.
Yeah.
So when he's saying, I denied that I found you, I think what he's saying is, you're not the person that I found. You're actually a star. You're not a sun.
Oh, yeah.
Because he
yeah.
It was in the middle of a conflict where people say things they don't mean, or people say things they really mean. Now, a lot of people, they're like, oh, in a conflict, people say things that they don't mean. That's true. But there's also times in a conflict where people wait until they get to that level of frustration and anger, and then they let everything out, because you can always go back and say, hey, I was just mad. So... I've never really taken... I've never taken that to be like, oh, everything they said isn't true because they said it in a moment of anger. Usually for me, I'm the opposite. I'm like, if you said that shit in a moment of anger, when you can control yourself, that's what you really are. Now, I'm not sure that I'm right. I'm just talking about my philosophy. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, take your bitch ass into the shower.
Gross.
75.
Then he says, I tried to be a basket case. I did not surprise you. I don't know if he's saying, like, whatever he found out when he was, like, losing it, did he, like, over-lose it to get, I don't know, to, like, get her attention about it? Or what do you think that is going on there? I tried to be a basket case. I did not surprise you.
Well, he's probably done these histrionics before. He lost his cool. I denied that I found you. I tried to be a basket case. It did not surprise you. She's like, I've been through this before. I'm not impressed. Whatever. Mm-hmm. It's what it looks like to me. But then he says, but you, amplified in the silence, justified in the way you make me bruise. Because remember, he starts at the beginning. Why do I deserve the silence to feel better about you?
Yeah, you skipped this one. I'm trying to find a signal fire. Let me know when I should move.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's saying that she's dictating all the terms of the relationship, basically.
Oh. Yeah, but
man, I hope you're wrong, because sometimes my parents have said shit I hope they really don't mean when they've been mad at me. Well, again, Riv, that's my personal take on things. A lot of people say that. You don't get off with the alcohol and you don't get off when you're angry. Like, to me, you meant some of that shit somewhere. Some of that shit was in your consciousness somewhere. But again, that's just my philosophy, Riv. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm right. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying how I engage those things and how I do not accept. I don't accept. Well, I was just for practically anything, and I think that's why it's so hard to be my friend and being around me. But continue.
Okay.
It looks like he's saying that she's controlling the relationship. I'm trying to find a signal fire. Let me know when I should move. And then it says, but you, amplified in the silence, justified in the way you make me bruise, magnified in the silence, anatomically prove that you don't need me. So if you can remain like completely silent and not talk to me, then you obviously don't need me in the relationship because you're just able to shut me out like that. And then he says, why do I desire the space? I was mourning after you. So like there's this like weird man, go ahead.
I'm
very interested to see how you're going to interpret this one.
Oh, okay, so he's saying, why do I desire the space? I was mourning after you. To me, that was just like, whatever. I thought that he found, because he said, at a loss, I lost my cool. I denied that I found you. So I thought that what he wanted space from her based off of whatever he found out about her that made him lose his cool and made him deny that he found her. And then he said, I was mourning after you. I thought that was him, like his heart is still, deeply connected to her. He wants space from her, but I was mourning after you, like, because the relationship is not there like he thought it was. That's what I thought. I was lost and lost my shape. There was nothing I could do. I don't want to waste away. It was all I gave to you. I don't want to waste away. It was all I gave to you. It kind of sounds like he gave everything in this relationship and it didn't work out. And it was like, when you hear people that say, I gave everything in that relationship and then it didn't end up working out, it's like a real, it's a real gut punch. Like, I know that's such a mild way to put it, but that's, whenever anybody says that, like, it always looks like it's extremely painful for them to say that they put so much, like, into something and then it didn't.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't for me.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a tough thing to it's a tough thing to deal with. Obviously, I was lost my shape. There's nothing I could do.
I think because a human being is comprised of body, soul, and spirit. I think that all three of those elements, like, depending on how much you put in, you know what I'm saying? Like, people can be all in on the body, but completely disconnected on the soul, or they can not connect at all on a spiritual level. And I think that all of those either bring you closer or push you apart, So, what was I going to compare that to? Oh, the whole, like, when somebody says, like, I put my whole, like, everything into it. I don't know if they mean, like, body, soul, spirit, like they were all in. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I just, relationships are tough, man. And I get quiet when I'm really, really angry. I get very quiet when I'm really angry. And a lot of the times, like, I'll say to myself, like, all right, this is what I want to do, but would it be better to have the fight, have the altercation, blah, blah, blah? Then you're like, it's going to go this way. And, like, to me, it's like, if I stop fighting about it, that's I'm not giving up on the topic. I'm giving up on the relationship. Because, like, that happened, like, toward the end with Shorty. Like, I was just, like, I literally, like, I mean, it was 15 years. I'm not putting it all on her. Obviously, I was the man, and I blame myself, ultimately, for the thing not working out. So I'm never going to make an excuse for myself. But I'm also not going to say that I didn't try, because I tried significantly. But yeah, when he was talking about like changing his shape because of her and all the rest of it, it's like, yeah, like you have to contort yourself in all these different kind of versions to be the person that the person wants you to be. Mm-hmm. And at the time, like, it was crazy because Shorty wasn't like, you need to be this way, blah, blah, blah. It's just, she would act in such a way that there was only one kind of response that made, you know, sense type of thing. And so she could you know, it kind of always created those eventualities. Mm. Yeah, it's just, it just seemed like a very, very, like, destructive relationship.
Yeah.
And there's always that, like, contradiction of, this is an unhealthy, toxic relationship, you guys are codependent, to, yeah, but then I see all these other people and they're like 45 and 50 and they're alone and they're bitter and they're upset and they're telling the younger generations to fuck up their, you know, I mean, I see it a lot of time with women, but I also do see it in the manosphere too. I mean, Kevin Samuels wasn't married. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like, it's difficult, man. Like, relationships are seriously difficult, and it's interesting to me, like, this next generation, we're watching those TikToks and all these girls are like, I want to stay home. I don't want to go out and work. Like, I want to be home and let the guy do whatever I couldn't believe it. But I'm like, well, yeah, like, but the unhealthy side of these relationships, the unhealthy back and forth, the toxicity, it really came out in this song, and it was a difficult listen, because it just kind of like, I'm not gonna say no dumb words like traumatized or whatever. I'm not traumatized, but it definitely brought back a time period that I escaped from, that I'm very happy I escaped from. My God. No disrespect to anybody. It's just, you know, that's how the life was at that time. So.
I thought it kind of sounds like he sort of flips it at the end. Like he said, little girl, you are cursed by my ancestry. There is nothing but darkness and agony. But then he says, I can not only see, but you stopped me from blinking. So it sounds like she's being cursed by his ancestry and all that brings into their relationship. But at the same time, she's so controlling, he can't even friggin' blink. Is that what you brought from that part too, or?
Well, yeah, like, that's one of the interesting things. Like, my ancestry's kind of always been a mystery to me. Not in like the literal sense of ancestry, but in the sense of like, I haven't spent a lot of time around my father, but I see certain things in my dad when I was around him where I was like, oh, that's why I did X, Y, and Z. And so, like, most people, if you grew up with your father, you see those bad habits, you see them reflected in yourself, it's one thing. Mm-hmm. But I never really had that because I didn't grow up with my dad. So I just had me and how I was, you know? Mm-hmm. But I definitely... No, I'm not going to say that. But yeah, I'm going to give this song a solid 9.
This one was a 9.8 for me.
9.8? Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Why did it get a .8?
The way that it was, you know, I'm not gonna dig into it. 9.8 for me.
There you go, dear listener. There you go. We got more commercials for you beautiful people. We're coming right back with more heavy metal goodness on the other side of the break. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. We shall return. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of
the imperishable flavor
the
stream.
imperishable flavor.
Yes, we have a song that is being picked by Riv this time. It's Ado or Adu, Value. Value is the name of the song.
Value is the name of the song.
Yep, we have translated lyrics. Did you get those? I sent them to you.
I think I do.
Okay, so Riv says, I haven't been able to stop listening to Ado's second LP, Zanmu, for the better part of the year. Normally, I'm not the biggest fan of J-pop. Usually, it's too polished for my taste, but every track...
shit, shout out to Revo, if Revo's still here.
But every track on this album was a banger, start to end, to the point it's my favorite album of 2024. It was hard to pick. Shit. Yeah, a lot of people put in their favorites.
That's crazy.
It was hard to pick between Value 0, Show or Mirror, though these 4 tracks are my personal favorites on the album.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Between Value 0, Show or Mirror. Okay. I'll recommend both of you, since you enjoyed the Taught Musicus track as much as you did. Give Adu a listen. She's a great musician and easily a talent I'm planning on following for a long time. An easy 10 out of 10 record for myself.
My lord.
All right, so let's check it out. You have the lyrics.
This better be the most thuggish, ruggish, best song we've heard in quite some time, Riv.
Quite some time.
Quite some time. Let's check it out. Here we go. River Roth in this bitch. Ado in I'm the K-pop guy, not the J-pop guy. That's right. There is a difference. Racist.
Yeah, there is.
All right. What's the name of it? Ado again?
Yeah.
Hey, phonetically, Riv, how do we sound that out?
Yeah, ADO. Is it Ado? Adu?
Value full version. Let's do it, baby.
Let's check it out.
Let's find out. Give me lyrics. Give me lyrics.
Already did, right?
Oh, you did?
決まりきったこと変わりばれたのさ全てでなくとも取り繕えれば心に残そうに風が奪っていくのしながらしながらしながらここではちょけて大げさに受け止めてたいな優しさとまた違うし覚えてることってふさわしくいた紙一重の自由と引き換えたのさ全てがあるまま振り返りもせず背中に残られ風が奪っていくの勝つながら勝つながらふさわしい愛ならこの痛みさえも無理さ私の全てでないなら何も欲しくないごまかしは聞かない素直洗えば覚えてる覚えてるんだ世の中バリャバリャ差したりバリャバリャまるでそう like you like you 振り出すのバリャバリャ
And that song ended quite abruptly, of which I am not a fan. I don't like abrupt endings, dear listener.
Boo! No
I
abrupt
did not
endings.
give permission for this abrupt ending. Okay, I love that kind of music.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that kind of music. And
that
I
vocal
love
style is just clean.
I love
man.
that there are only 3 minutes to it as well. I couldn't have taken it for 5 minutes. But
Right,
the
no,
3-minute
yeah, I agree.
formula
It's
for
perfect
this
for
song,
that, yeah.
it's perfect. It's perfect. Not everything has to be Edgar Allan Poe in this bitch. Sometimes standard 4/4 and normal scales apply.
I was gonna
She
check
killed
in.
that shit.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I was gonna check into the lyrics, but then I was like doing the translation thing while she's singing because I want to hear her hit the notes, and I'm following the. I said, you know what? I'm gonna just listen to this. So I closed my eyes and just enjoyed the music. It was just her vocal style it's so clean and like smooth. It's like
It's
mystical almost sounding.
It's
like
interesting that the song is called Value. I'm not really... Is there a Japanese word, Riv, that...
Didn't she repeat the word value in the song?
Yeah, it's just a weird... I don't know. When you look at the lyrics and the way she was singing, it's just weird. Like, how did you feel about it? Like, the term value. It made sense to you?
Oh, like I said, I wasn't reading the lyrics, so I forgot that the name of the song even was Value. I do that all the time. You know how you'll be like, why aren't you using the title as like a sort of to guide the song? But
Yeah.
I a lot of times forget what the title even was.
Yeah, like you can't always use the title to guide the song, but a lot of times it helps.
But sometimes, yeah.
Is that how it starts? Until the limiter activates?
Yeah.
The act of swimming in a sea of superiority, even if you keep rolling until you're emptied once again, seems like you want to know an inconvenient truth. Rolling until the face you hope for appears is truly the end.
Oh.
The things you remembered, were they lies after all? It's your just desserts. You traded it for a slice of freedom. Uh-oh. So that's the first thing right there. What did you trade for a slice of freedom?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know. Well, it says the act of swimming in a sea of superiority, so that kind of sounds like that they gave up maybe something that had more value for something superficial like superiority. What did you get from it?
Well, what's up, Sean? Well, she didn't say superiority. She said you traded it for a slice of freedom.
Right here, the act of swimming in a sea of superiority. Right here.
Right?
And then you... Where was yours? You right here. You traded it for a slice of freedom. So, I don't know. I was just kind of putting those together.
But what was traded for the slice of freedom? Okay.
What do you think?
That's explanatory. She's using the English word for it. I take it as a value in yourself or value in your feelings. A lot of the lyrics link to self-worth, I think. Okay. So that's a good clue. Even if you keep rolling until you're emptied once again, right? So you figure if the vessel's empty and there's a sense in which it's valueless because it's not carrying anything. That's rough. Okay. That actually provides a lot of guidance to that. Rolling onto the face you hope for appears is truly the end. So is that you're going along with something that you don't necessarily believe in or whatever, but you just don't want to be alone? Rolling onto the face you hope for appears is truly the end. It's like you're casting yourself into the sea and getting thrown all over the place, but you're doing it because you're trying to search for some kind of face. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, when you say some sort of face, do you mean like some sort of version of yourself? Or some sort of outcome? Or like, that's kind of...
Yeah, it looks to be using the concept of like what you value, and then like the things that you do to yourself to attain that thing that you value. And then it's one of those things like, is the choice worth it? Like, if you're devaluing yourself because you value a relationship,
yeah,
does that work? I don't know. There may be some people where that's the case. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, there's all these things about, like, because all of us we're raised in a romanticist context, so all we know about relationships is romanticism. So it's like, is that... The other thing that was fascinating to me when I was watching the Twilight series is how antisocial behavior was reinterpreted as romance.
Yes.
I thought that was pretty crazy.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty weird. But, like, it looks like the things you remembered were they lies after all to just reserves. You traded it for a slice of freedom.
See, what is she saying when she says, seems like you want to know an inconvenient truth? What do you think that is, an inconvenient truth?
Well, I think putting yourself out there for people that are not valuing you is see, I think there's a lot of situations in relationships where like people know what's happening or what's gonna happen, but it's an inconvenient truth, so they bury it because they want to believe a lie or whatever. So that's what it looks like to me. It's like, if she's talking to herself, she's like, seems like you want to know an inconvenient truth, and maybe she already knows. See what I'm saying? So a lot of people do that in relationships. Like, they should be over with, but they don't want to admit the truth to each other, or mostly to themselves, because that would be the end of the relationship, or that would be the end of a version of the relationship, or whatever the fuck, you know? Mm-hmm. The wind takes it away. You can feel it. You can feel it. For a love you deserve, you would even bury this pain. If there's nothing left, you will want nothing. So, like, it's just the machinations that this person is constantly going through in order to be in a relationship.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was talking to one of my guys. This dude used to work for me, and a girl broke up with him, and he'd only been going out with her for 2 weeks. So I said, man, forget her, bro. Like, you good, bro. Forget her. You know, like, man, you're good. He said, you know, not everybody's like you. I said, what does that mean, gang? He said, that's the first girlfriend I've had in like 5 years, dude. I was like, well, fuck. Mm-hmm. I didn't know what to say to them, you know? Because in my mind, this dude was smart. He was literally the most intelligent person I've ever worked with in my life. And I've worked with some very, very smart people. But he, you know, he was like, yo, that was the only girlfriend I had. And it was weird, like, in those 2 weeks, all the shit that he had to do to get her to continue to like him was insane. Because he had been pursuing her, you know, a little bit, you know, before that. And so it just, I'm glad he never became one of those weirdos, you know, one of those, I need another lexicon. Mm-hmm. For dudes that, I don't think that dudes that have been through the ringer in relationships are necessarily incels or manosphere people. I do think there's a lot of hurt dudes in the world, though. I do think that. And I think because of toxic masculinity, they don't believe that they should be able to... See, women can get away with this. Women can get away with making a song like this. But I don't think men have the ability to express this kind of self-doubt and other things relative to wanting to be in a relationship, because you almost never hear dudes on YouTube or whatever talk about being lonely, I want a girlfriend. Like, they won't do that. It manifests in the manosphere stuff, and that's a really interesting question.
Wow, that's interesting, yeah.
Because women can get on YouTube and say, I'm lonely, I want a man, blah, 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 but men cannot say, I'm lonely, I want a girl. Mm-hmm. And so because they're not able to express themselves in the true sense, they're ventilating that pain through a negative, something I perceive to be negative, which is women are horrible, women are this, women are that. And so it's very, very difficult for them to, if you don't get to express how you feel, you're gonna ventilate that somehow. Whether or not you put the wrong address on it, you're gonna ventilate it somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think there's so many things here and so many ways that this could be interpreted, as far as a person screwing something up for themselves, or all the things about themselves that they have to change in order to be in a relationship. Mm-hmm. And then how that works in your value system. How much do you value yourself? How much do you value your self-worth, your ego, your whatever, because it doesn't matter how healthy the relationship is, you are going to have to sacrifice something of yourself to make the thing work. Mm-hmm. And I've never told the boys anything other than that. Like, the woman is supposed to change you, and you're supposed to change her. It just matters as to how that change happens. If I'm in a situation where I'm running around being stupid in New York City, I'm being dumb, and I'm getting in the middle of a whole bunch of dumb shit and violent shit because I think it's exciting, and this girl wants to build a life with me, then she's going to put me in a situation where she says, okay, figure it out. You stop doing this dumb shit every time somebody steps on your friend's shoe. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, I'm out. There's only one person on the planet that could have gotten me away from them dudes. That would have been you. So the point is, like, the woman is supposed to change you, and the man is supposed to change you in the relationship. But the reasons for that change are the crux of the issue. Because a lot of people take their inclinations to be them. I think this is a very difficult task to figure out who we really are. Mm-hmm. If somebody doesn't like my music, I used to be this way. If somebody didn't like my music, I took that as a personal front against me, because the music was so adjacent to what I was feeling and thinking as a person that if you rejected the music, then we literally couldn't be together. Mm-hmm. And so, like, that's also, like, but again, like, I was always a big, like, I should not have to change the basic tenets of who I am as a person to be successful in a relationship. Mm-hmm. And at the time, I was an idiot who did want to get in the middle of all that shit. You know, I did want the contact, I did want the altercations, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, like, and then later on you make other decisions where you can keep being in those situations. But, yeah, I don't know. It just looks like I had to measure my value system against things, especially, like, when it was close to me and you, when I was like, yo, I got a shot with Shorty. I had to make, I just knew that kind of life wasn't, you know, mm-hmm. I get a random phone call, I'm out of here, you're getting weird phone calls. Where was the one where you called me, man? Was it Egypt?
You said Egypt, yep, that's what it was.
And then, like, those awkward conversations, like, I'm like, this is just not going to work. Mm-hmm. Like, this is not going to work this way. Mm-hmm. So, and I literally, like, 100%, I did the right thing for me. I'm not saying I did the right thing in total. I'm just saying in that situation, I did the right thing for me. I sacrificed one thing that I was in love with for a bigger thing that I was in love with. But I don't know if a lot of dudes, like, feel that way. Certainly the group in my subculture didn't feel that way. Like, there was a real, like, if your wife stopped you from whatever, like, it's not even mocked. Like, you're out, like, you know, like, I don't know.
I think that, you know, in relationships, like, there has to be, like, what you're describing, I think, yeah, you want to have, you know, you are going to influence each other and you are going to change each other in ways. But at the same time, like, you know, like, I think, you know, a lot of the ways that I've been in our relationship, just too controlling, and then you're unable to, like, fully, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't think that that's that's good in relationships. I think that people have to recognize, like, you are still two people and you're together, but you're still two people. And if, you know, you prevent the other person from expressing themselves fully or experiencing life the way that then you're going to miss a whole lot about them, because when our souls grow through different experiences and things that we do and people that we meet, like, you change. And so yeah, so that's a, you know, that's a regret of mine that I'm working on.
Yeah, I love the way this song sounded. I like pop music with guitar in the background. Mm-hmm. It can't just be Cookie Monster shit all the time. Like, these girls definitely, like... Was it based on a cartoon, though? I'm gonna give this one a 9.8. I really liked it. This is actually my favorite song of the night so far.
Ooh, this one was really good. The vocals were really cool on it. It kind of reminded me of that... it's not Tears of the Sun. It's not that. What you remember Something Kingdom? It's mostly blue on the screen when the song is playing. You know,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. I was like basically like a video game that I'll think of it on the commercial. Okay. Yeah, I gave this one a 9.8. I liked this one.
All right, I give it a 9.8 as well.
Kingdom Hearts, is that right?
Kingdom Hearts, yeah. It was like Kingdom Hearts. That song was crazy. Okay, we shall return. Commercial break. We shall be right back. Don't touch that dial. Vin out.
Sorry, out.
Gone. I agree with you, 275. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy merch indeed. A child shall lay them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We have been in the midst of the imperishable strains.
Imperishable flames.
The imperishable strains.
Yes.
The
Up next.
Imperishable flames.
Flames, I tell you, flames. Our Cheryl's pick is up next. He chose King Diamond.
Listen.
No presents for Christmas. Oh.
Listen, I have not missed anything. It's just I am not going to litigate conversations that I've had with people offline, online, because it's not my story to tell. Just rest assured, nobody's being treated unfairly. All right. Having said that, do we got
King
a timestamp for that?
No presents for Christmas. Yes, I do.
No presents for Christmas.
Okay, let's read what the homie has to say.
Did you timestamp it?
Mm-hmm. In 1985, the band Merciful Fate had just broken up, and King Diamond was starting a new band under his own name. He and guitarist Michael Denner were writing music together when Denner began playing I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus on his guitar. The two of them began writing a Christmas song purely as a joke, but soon realized that they actually liked it. King released this as a single before his first album the following year. Ever since, this has been indisputably the metal Christmas song.
Shit, we should have had that last.
Shout out to Archero, King Diamond.
That was Archero, right?
No Presents for Christmas.
No Presents for Christmas.
Let's see what it is.
Oh my godness. All right, here we go. No Presents for Christmas. King Diamond. Okay, so he was a singer in Merciful Fate. Was he known as King Diamond when he was in Merciful Fate? Then Merciful Fate broke up and he just took the King Diamond name and went off with it. Did they become more... They must... Well, they're bigger than Merciful Fate on this channel. Who's bigger, Merciful Fate or King Diamond?
I would have guessed King Diamond, but what do I know?
That's true. Here we are! King Diamond, no presents for Christmas. Let's do it. This is really gonna happen. They're really gonna do this shit. Is this a lyric video?
I don't know. I'm hoping. Oh, so it does start out like that. Psycho Christmas.
Tom and Jerry?
Yeah.
The mouse and the cat? You're wrong! Came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight?
dreaming of a white Saturday.
All right, this gets a 3. Next song.
I can definitely see why that's the. I've not really heard a bunch of metal Christmas songs, really. So, I mean, it's not like we've heard a bunch.
Yeah,
of
he's totally right. Painkiller Vin would not have liked this. That is
No.
correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. My poor friend Hunter was led astray. He said the King Diamond vocals sound so bad. I was like, oh man, he's been led astray, Lord. He's
Help
been
him,
led
Lord.
astray. Help him, Lord. Okay, I don't. Why are we talking about Donald Duck and Tom and Jerry? He just says to me that these boys was watching a cartoon on the tour bus and decided, like, not much of a mention of Rudolph or whatever, but we're talking about Donald Duck and Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, and if you notice, it's not reindeer that's playing. We cannot find a single sheep to draw his sleigh for the night.
Yeah. I mean, what's going on over here? Did we timestamp this?
You know when you like don't care?
And did we timestamp a do as well?
Yeah. You know when you don't care? You're just like so sick of it. Like maybe it's like one of those like they've been working on this for a long time.
No, it was
like,
the opposite. They was high and shit on the tour bus, and then they were just doodling around. They came up with this song.
The lyrics, yeah, just doodling.
Yeah, what are you saying?
You know,
It
like
wasn't
when
like
you get,
they were trying to make a big song.
No, I'm talking about like you know when you get like all Christmased out. Have you ever had a year where you're like just so Christmased out because it's like buying gifts for all these people, you're planning all this different stuff. There's just too much going on, and so you're like, it almost gets like this like. You know, like consumerism is like just like really high, and it just feels like Christmas can feel like, you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, isn't that every Christmas?
Yeah, pretty much. But there's some Christmases you notice it more than others, right? Or maybe not. Anyway, I didn't know if it was like that, where it was like they're sick of everything that's going on, and so then they're like just throwing the words, even though they don't make any sense.
They were
like
just
grabbing
drunk
the sheet.
and high, and were fiddling around and decided to make us just.
Tom and Jerry drinking sherry. Yeah, they don't give a damn.
Donald Duck.
Where was Donald Duck?
Like toward the very end.
Oh, right
Donald
there.
Duck
Donald
is
Duck's
still in bed. St. Peter closed the Golden Gate, and Donald Duck's still in bed. I mean, it's just dudes having fun. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? There isn't a real deep, you know what I mean? And
I think there was a Scrooge episode of the Christmas stuff that had Donald Duck as Scrooge. Because it says St. Peter's closed the Golden Gate and Donald Duck is still in bed.
Who is it? Scrooge McDuck was the billionaire, right? Are you sure it wasn't Scrooge, or was it Donald Duck? Was it Donald Duck as Scrooge, or was it Scrooge McDuck as Scrooge?
I don't know.
Because literally, you know the one where the dude's like diving in the thing of money?
Yeah.
He's doing backstrokes in the
Probably
thing of money?
was him.
That's Scrooge McDuck. Not Donald Duck.
They were all ducks to me. We didn't.
All
watch
the ducks
very
are the
much
same. Speciesist.
We
Speciesist.
We didn't watch much of
That's
it.
coming down the pike too. Y'all better get ready. Y'all better get ready. Yeah, I love the song. Actually, this is a curiosity that I have. I've heard a bunch of metal.
Which
cover.
one is that?
That's Scrooge McDuck.
Okay.
I've heard a lot of metal, like Merry Christmas type things. I've even seen a metal Christmas album by, I think it was like August Burns Red or something. You never see that in rap.
See what? Say it again.
Like a Christmas record.
Oh, rap Christmas record.
Yeah, Korn has a Christmas record. I mean, not a song. Like, there's a lot of like metal bands that have Christmas covers. You never see rappers do Christmas covers. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
I
your
wonder
time
why.
to shine, fellas. You know, have a little Christmassy beat and go at it for 16 bars. What y'all doing?
It's true. They could make a killing on that.
Yeah, I mean, come on. How difficult would that be? You know why? It's because, like, in the hood, you're supposed to say that you were too poor to enjoy Christmas. No heat. Wonder why Christmas missed us. See? So I guess that's why is that dudes are so poor that they're so salty about Christmas that they can't sing about it. I gotta tell you, though, I was in the thuggish, ruggish, most craziest part of New York City, the Bronx, 170th Street, 3 from 149 Grand Concourse. The dudes getting shot up, all types of crazy shit. And I'll tell you what, there was one Christmas all of us made out like fucking bandits, bro. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with our parents, but I ended up getting a Nintendo 64, fucking GoldenEye, which was the thing at the time. All my friends got GoldenEye. We were all at each other's houses playing the game. Like, all of us got, like, hooked up crazy. I think that was, like, 99, 98, some shit like that. And, yeah, man, we all had a pretty good Christmas in the hood that year. I don't know what the hell happened. But, like, the year before, nobody got anything really. But that year, like, everybody's mom had the same idea, you know? So, shout out. Yeah, I have no idea why, but shout out to GoldenEye, though, man. That was my shit. We played that game. Every time I mention that game, I get nauseous to this day.
Really?
Oh, yeah, because it makes me... Oh, yeah, mega motion sick.
You kept going.
Mega, of course. What do you mean? I had to beat the game.
Oh, my word. Okay.
Yeah, Korn has a song called Jingle Balls. Literally. Shout out to Mississippi martial artists. Yeah, they literally have that. Shout out to Korn. All right, I'm going to give this one a solid 9. It's Merry Christmas in this bitch, bitches.
8.6. 8.6.
Do we get a timestamp for this one, too? Mm-hmm. Okay. Good job keeping us up there, Misery Biz. I give it a 9. You give it an 8.6 because you're a hater. We will see you beautiful people on the other side of the break. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 decay gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing. But,
and it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. What are you saying oh for?
Are we closer?
What do you mean?
It's like we got closer in the screen. Here we are.
Here we are.
All right. Up next is DJ Revo's pick.
Oh, this Revo?
Yes.
Okay,
is this the Louvin or the Louvin brothers?
I'm going to say the Louvin brothers.
The Louvin brothers. Knoxville Girl is the name of the song. On this Friday the 13th, says DJ Revo, I present an old murder ballad. Its origins
Murder ballad. Murder who?
Its origins go back to the 17th century ballad called The Bloody Miller by nonconformist English minister Philip Henry. In this original, a girl sleeps with a boy out of wedlock. She becomes pregnant. Her father demands for them to marry. When she asks the boy for marriage, the boy murders her while she pleads that her death will never allow her to atone for her sins, stressing the girl's sins in having sex out of wedlock. Later, the boy is executed for her murder. Over the centuries, the song has taken many forms, with this being the version first recorded by Jid Tanner and Arthur Tanner in 1926. They were big in the Atlanta country scene of the 1920s and 1930s, when the city was the headquarters for the KKK, who used their music to terrorize blacks.
Oh, how dare you! Jews, how dare you be so mean to the KKK?
Jews, Catholics, feminists, and leftists in the South. This is
shout out to the KKK.
What is
I ain't
going
mad at y'all.
on?
There's like 5 of them niggas now. Come on, bro. Go ahead. Shout out to the KKK. We good.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, this is a cover in 1956 by the Louvin brothers, who were from Alabama and became famous on the Nashville country show, the Grand Ole Opry, which was well known for its disdain for rock, and whose musicians often campaigned for segregationists and KKK-affiliated politicians in the South, as rock was depicted as devil music.
All the way, I forgot about that.
Overly violent and sexual.
What year?
I don't know. 1930s?
1956. This is from their 1956 album.
Oh, that's what you were. Okay.
Damn.
They are cousins. Wait a minute. They are cousins with songwriter John D. Loudermilk, who you reacted to his Waterloo, recorded by Stonewall Jackson.
Isn't there a show called Loudermilk?
Yeah, I think yes, there is.
Is that the same guy?
Therapist.
That's
not
such
the therapist. He works with the
That's an
drug
oddly
addict.
specific name there, Loudermilk.
This is from their 1956 album Tragic Songs of Life, release by Capitol Records, just as rock music was taking over the charts. All right, let's check it out. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Louvin Brothers, Knoxville Girl.
All right.
That's a timestamp.
You got the lyrics?
I will bring them to 349.
We're going to have to focus on these lyrics now.
Really?
I can't believe this was written in the 50s.
Yeah.
That's crazy work. Okay, here we go.
That's it. Let's go.
What's the name of the song again?
A girl I met. I know, Knoxville Girl. I knew it said Knoxville. It is.
Knoxville Girl. Here we go.
Louvin Brothers, Knoxville Girl.
Here we go. Cautionary tale.
I met a little girl in Knoxville, a town we all know well. And every Sunday evening, out in her home I'd dwell. We went to take an evening walk about a mile from town. I picked a stick up off the ground and knocked that fire girl down.
Whoa.
She fell down on her bended knees, for mercy she did cry. Oh, Willie dear, don't kill me here, I'm unprepared to die. She never spoke another word, I only beat her more, until the ground around me within her blood did flow. I took her by her golden curls and I drug her round and around, throwing her into the river that flows through Knoxville town. Go down, you Knoxville girl, with the dark and rolling eye. Go down, you Knoxville girl, you can never be my bride. I started back to Knoxville, got there about midnight. My mother, she was worried and woke up in a fright, saying, dear son, what have you done to bloody your close soul? I told my anxious mother I was bleeding at my nose. I called for me a candle to light myself to bed. I called for me a handkerchief to bind my aching head. Rolled and tumbled the whole night through, as troubles was for me. Like flames of hell around my bed, and in my eyes could see. They carried me waste my life away down in this dirty old jail. Because I murdered that Knoxville girl, the girl I love so well.
Ugh, I do not like music like that. That music, the sound of it, this is so terrible. But they would be like these traveling bands that would come to our church when I was a kid, and they would like sing like this, and the people would be like so much older than us, but like still trying to look young with like their makeup and hair and stuff. And it was like weird. And I remember like every
Just surrender
time,
to it.
every time
Just surrender to it.
just give it up. Every time that they came in, okay, so like I was in a Pentecostal church, right? So there would be some preachers that when they would come in, they would like preach so loud and fast and running around that they were like literally just, their shirt was
Drenched.
soaked, just drenched. Like they were so into it. And it usually at those things, stuff would happen. Like people would get, gifts of speaking in tongues, which is a language where you talk to God, but other people can't understand, but you and God have a thing. Like stuff like that would just happen. And I loved it when stuff like that was popping off in the service. People were like, I love seeing stuff like that. Whenever those singing people came in, though, nothing ever happened. Nothing. It was just that singing, and it was such a boring
Nothing
evening.
excited?
Nothing exciting from my vantage point.
So even the Holy Spirit would say, man, you niggas boring, bro. I'm not doing nothing out here, bro.
Yep, he said, I'm out. I don't know what the deal was, but nothing ever happened when they were there. And so those services felt so long, and every song sounded the same, that I think I've, not a fan of the sound. The story was crazy. I mean, so the guy, he sleeps with her, she gets pregnant, she goes, the dad wants them to get married, he won't marry her, and instead he decides to kill the girl, and then he spends the rest of his life in jail.
I'm just going to reread it. So, its origins go back to the 17th century ballad called The Bloody Miller by nonconformist English minister Philip Henry. In his original, a girl sleeps with a boy out of wedlock. She becomes pregnant. Her father demands for them to marry. And when she asks the boy for marriage, the boy murders her while she pleads that her death will never allow her to atone for her sins, stressing the girl's sins in having sex out of wedlock. Later, the boy is executed for her murder. Over the centuries, the song has taken on many forms, with this being the revert. Man, that says a lot.
What do you mean?
Okay, here. Well, number one, why is the girl so concerned about her soul, but the guy seems to have no concern over his soul? Mm-hmm. To the point where he can murder this girl
and the baby,
and presumably his unborn child, like that.
And he also had sex out of wedlock.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He's not worried about the ramifications for his soul.
Right.
But she's worried about the ramifications for her soul.
Yeah, I mean, but it's society, right? Like, even back in Jesus' time, you had the woman that was brought before him that was caught in adultery, but the man was nowhere around. So it's still, you know what I mean? Like,
look at Hunter. God bless Hunter. Pentecostalism is the worst Christian denomination. I have nothing good to say about it. Well, those Pentecostals
us, we both came from there.
Those Pentecostals you despise so much are the number one denomination overseas converting people. So have at it, Hunter. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, poor Hunter. All right. When you're young.
Yep, I know.
God bless him.
We too were there.
Making sweeping statements about millions of people.
I used to do that too. I did it a lot before. I've learned how.
Yeah, it just reminds me of that traditional story of the woman caught in adultery. Mm-hmm. And they said, we caught her in the very act, and they drag her in front of Jesus. And they're like, according to the law, XYZ things should happen. And of course, anybody who knows the law knows that the man should have been there as well. They should have dragged the man out as well and put him on display in front of everybody, but they don't do that. And at the expense of sounding woke, we have a serious problem in evangelicalism with misogyny. I do not believe, I think third wave feminism is crazy. I think elements of second wave feminism are also crazy. Elements. But it doesn't have to be either you're a complete misogynist or you're a third wave feminist. There are mediating positions. But I, by observation, have seen, especially when it comes to sex and sexuality, women consistently being held accountable for their sexuality and the sexuality of men.
I was going to say, that's, yeah.
And so there's all this pressure on women to, quote, remain pure. I really did not know about that aspect because I never went to youth group as a teenager. My teenage time was out in the street. I was not a street person. But that was just my environment. But I was never a street person. I was never a gangbanger. I was never a gangster. None of that dumb shit. But I was interested in my friends, and I was interested in girls, and I was not interested in church. I spent about, I don't know, like 4 hours in accumulation in the church and during my teen years. And so I never really, the whole purity culture thing never hit me until we did like a lock-in with you. Mm. And so a lock-in, I guess, is when you have some 20-somethings locked in a church of teenagers. Somebody somewhere thought that was a good idea. And that's when I started hearing pure this, pure that, pure this, pure that. And I'm like, who the hell is pure here? What are we talking about here?
It's basically, they go for 20 hours, they lock, it's lockdown, nobody's supposed to be leaving, but it's supposed to make like a fun event where it's like this extended amount of time, everybody's going to hang out together and they do, read the Bible and sing songs and play games and all kinds of stuff. But
you started talking about, we were talking about, sex and what God says about sex to these teenagers, and you kept using the term pure. I always wanted to stop and say, what the hell are you talking about? Mm-hmm. Nobody's pure in here. But I didn't understand. Mm-hmm. They were trying to keep these girls to be virgins until they're married. And the best way that they thought about doing that was to describe virginity as purity. And that if you had sex, you gave away your purity to somebody else. And that you were damaged, used up goods, whatever. It's just like when you hear in the manosphere, it was like, you've been ran through 8 times.
Yeah.
And they use these terms on women. Uh-huh. Oh, you've been ran. Well, who was running her through then? Mm-hmm. Who's running through her then? And isn't it gross that you're like number 7 on a line of like, as a dude, like there's no social price for being one of those 7 dudes. Nobody says that's really disgusting if you think about it. Mm-hmm. Like, it's like somebody's enjoying a pizza and they, eat the pizza, spit it out, and then you take it and eat it. Like, think. But this entire structure is designed to put all of the sexual responsibility on women. It's designed to locate all the shame around the woman. It's designed to put all the responsibility around the woman. And this is one of the reasons why I am pro-life as fuck, and I will never support any measure to punish a woman for abortion for any reason. I don't give a fuck. Reason? Because, man, there is no accountability for the men in her life who will threaten her, push her into the abortion clinic, say he won't pay child support, etc., 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 etc. You want me to persecute those women and then let those guys go scot-free? I don't think so. Right. I don't think so. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like and really, this attitude, it's crazy. This was written in like the 1700s, and we're at 2024, and I can still see this happen. As a matter of fact, I'm sure something like this has happened in the last 10 years. I had a person one time, I was doing a debate about abortion, and they were like, I don't know what's your problem with it. Your people do more abortions than anybody, blah, blah, blah. And they had some stat that said like 85% of the women who went into abortion clinic count themselves as Christians. Yeah. And of course, I had a bunch of Christians with me, so they were saying, that's bullshit, they're not really Christians, and I said, no. If they say they're Christians, we don't know them. Mm-hmm. We cannot unchristianize them because of one act of sin. What are we talking about? Well, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, David, hello? Mm-hmm. Moses murdered someone. Like, what are we talking about here? But it shows like the mentality of like women are in some different category of accountability than men are. So even when you tell them there are men in the Old Testament who are celebrated who killed people unjustly, and we have these examples so that if you've been in a war and killed someone, or if you've had an abortion and killed someone, you're supposed to look at those people and say, God forgave them, and they still had fruitful things to say to people that people benefit from. So therefore, I made this mistake, but I can be redeemed and keep it cracking. The message of the gospel is not that girl needed to live longer in order to atone for her sin. The message of the gospel is that girl's sin has already been taken care of. A death has already died in her place, so she doesn't need to die, full stop. The lack of understanding of how the gospel is supposed to work in concert with female sexuality has been given a great disservice.
100%.
And a lot of it has to do with, this is not even patriarchalism. I mean, old school Christian patriarchalism used to be marry that girl. That's how it used to happen.
That's what it was saying in the song. The father says to him, marry her.
Marry her.
Yeah.
That's what's supposed to happen. And instead, a death happens. And that, by the way, this hasn't changed. We just changed who we kill. So if the girl gets pregnant out of wedlock, we're not going to say, well, you know, the Bible says that children are a gift from God. And so if this girl gets pregnant out of wedlock, we're not going to bring up in the church and put a fucking scarlet letter on her. We're going to celebrate. We're going to say God is the author of life, and we've got a new life coming in, and we as a church are going to covenant with you to make sure we give you every fucking angle of support we possibly can. Now, I tell you what, there would be a lot of little Homo sapiens around the planet or in America that would be here right now that are not, because we don't have that attitude. We're going to shame the girl. Even though the dude 2 rows behind at the right, that's his child. We're going to shame her. And we're going to shame her to the point where we shove her into a clinic. And then we're going to shame her even more. And then we're going to cut her off from her group because she'll never be able to tell those women why she did what she did. Because we have a system set up to horrify any woman who has sex. And by the way, the Bible doesn't really have this horrible language for women who get caught up in an emotional situation and then end up having sex with their boyfriend. You see this in Song of Solomon. In Song of Solomon, male and female sexuality is expressed, and I'm sorry, come closer, even before they were married. She doesn't get married till about 2-3 chapters in. There's a whole bunch of physical shit happening before that, okay? And what is the constant refrain? Daughters of Israel, do not rush love. Do not awaken love before it's time. It's a consultation. It's wisdom. And notice, it's don't be a fucking whore. We will bring you up in front of the church. It's don't awaken love before it's time. There's a time and a place for it, shorty. When the guy puts a ring on it, go for it. Y'all are doing all types of shit. God loves you. It's a God of love. It's cool. However, this is a barrier, and this is a reason we have the barrier. Look at your friend with the baby mama drama. Look at your other friend with the STD. Look at your other friend who's pregnant now and is by herself, etc., etc., etc. There are wise, loving reasons for Christian sexual ethics relative to females. But because dudes can't stop looking at asses because you guys are completely pornified. So you've literally neurologically trained yourself to lust after these girls. You want to put it on her. So now she has to bear the shame. She has to bear all the consequences. She has to bear the guilt. She has to look at a 5-year-old on a bus 5 years after she had an abortion and say, that could have been my son. She carries all of it, and you get to live off scot-free. I'm telling you. People say, why do bad things happen to good people? I don't know, man. Some people need to get taken out in car accidents. You see what I'm saying to you? This right here, to me, is the absolute. I mean, it's a crazy song. Like, it's crazy to me, like how old the song is and all the rest of it. But like, yeah, we definitely have a fucking misogyny issue in the west side of the church. We really do, especially in America. It's not even close.
Yeah,
it's not even close. And I'm not saying premarital sex is good. Premarital sex is not good. I got 2 daughters, okay? Trust me. But I am not going to tell my daughters that they're whores if they rush love before the time. And I'm definitely not going to be anything other than celebratory if they show up pregnant. Because my daughters are not going to walk around feeling ashamed of a gift that God gave them. The scripture says that children are a reward. He's rewarded me 6-7 times. So how could I, being as rotten and fucked up as I am, get rewarded all that time with a child, and now my daughters are with child, and I'm supposed to be embarrassed about them because some weirdo Christian's gonna judge me? Man, you better stop. You better stop. I think it's a cautionary tale for Christians, man. I'm gonna give this one a silent count for all the little babies that we killed because of our bullshit. I'm talking about we men in the church, us. The people that have the most authority in the church. We got this nasty little secret, man. Half of these dudes are important. The other half of these girls are going out there getting abortions. And men are responsible from a biblical worldview. Get your hands out of your junk and go talk to a girl. And maybe she can believe that commitments are a real thing. Because a lot of them don't even believe that's real anymore. We got a lot of work to do in the church, men. I'm not denying the agency of women. I'm not doing none of that shit. I'm just following the biblical pattern. Eve was the one that ate the apple first, and she gave the apple to Adam, and then when everything got fucked up, God went after him. That's all I'm doing. Stop being a bitch. Don't write to me and say, well, fan women, I don't want to hear it. There was never a time in the Bible when the dudes were doing the right thing in the main that the women weren't outstripping them in righteousness. If you set the table right, the women 9 out of 10 times is going to outstrip you in righteousness. Read your Bible. You'll see. But this shit right here, no bueno. I can't stand it. Silent count for me. Brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to silent count this one as well. Because I would give it a very low score because I don't like this style of music. At the same time, like, the discussion and everything, like, I don't want to disrespect the song, based off of that. But I definitely do not like the sound of it. Totally no. Yeah,
it's not a song that you enjoy. But I do think it's a good way of putting into context where we are in society. Of course, and Revo always kind of has that going on in his mind. Like, he's so present in the world that he's in, if that makes any sense. That these songs, he just kind of effortlessly puts out these very difficult songs to trudge through, but are complete. That's the thing. It's like 56. That's fucking like 100 years ago to me.
Yeah.
And it's still eminently relevant.
Yeah.
Like right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's disturbing. I was very disturbed throughout the entire song because it just felt like, it was pretty disturbing for sure. For sure.
100%.
Deep as hell, but yeah, it would be a crazy metal song. It would be. It would be. I mean, it's dark enough for it. I just, ugh. All right, guys. Silent count for me. We have one more song for you beautiful people. Actually, we usually do this, right? So let's just get right into it. The last song is from a band named Lynyrd Skynyrd. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. The song is called Asbury Park 1977. I don't know if the 1977 is there. Put 4 hours and 12 for the timestamp. All right, please read Middle Earth's
I don't think there is anything. 4 hours and 12 minutes?
Yeah, 4 hours and 12.
Yeah, look, I don't have anything here. I have show more, show less. Nothing.
What about the lyrics?
Oh, I'll get them to you.
Middle, are you sure? Did you have an intro, Middle, that I'm missing here, or are we good to go?
Yeah, I should just check the other board.
Yeah, just ensure, or even the email, maybe.
He's got the lyrics.
Do just show them more.
There
we go. Ha ha.
Aha!
All right.
Massive
hey,
crowd.
Listen, just put it 413 as a timestamp, huh?
Okay.
Okay.
A massive crowd of 57,000 packs.
Actually,
Anaheim.
Just wait.
Okay.
So you're gonna put it at 413, and then we'll just start now. See what I'm saying? Go.
A massive crowd of 57,000 packs Anaheim Stadium to see Ted Nugent, Lynyrd Skynyrd, Foreigner on REO Speedwagon.
Whoa.
August 27th, 1977.
Holy
I
hell.
was there right past... What?
Ted Nugent?
Uh-huh.
Lynyrd Skynyrd, Foreigner, and REO Speedwagon.
You want to read it? Or
He was there.
Yeah,
oh my God.
I was there,
in there
go
past second base in the outfield, which was a decent spot. Would this happen at Yankee Stadium? The last concert.
Anaheim, is that
Anaheim Stadium. Okay, so it's a baseball stadium. Okay, for the Angels, I think.
Oh my gosh, the last concert with this lineup was October 19th, and then the plane crash occurred on October 20th, 1977. I feel fortunate to have been there. This one is T for Texas. The song showcases their 3 accomplished lead guitarists, but have been the greatest 3 guitar lineup ever. All right.
Hey, he's got a picture. He's got a picture somewhere.
Okay. I'll look for that.
So I need to see that picture before we launch into the last song here.
I don't see a picture.
Where'd you send the picture, Middle? Was that in the
email?
Did you send the picture in the email or on the Trello or you know what? You can text me the picture right now. I'll be able to blow it up. Just 1 second, guys. 1 second. We got one little thing to take care of.
Yeah, I don't see
before we launch into the song. It's okay. He'll give it a second. He'll get it to us. He'll get it to us.
Okay, so this one is going to start at 40:17 and it's going to cut at 49:36.
Oh, I see. Yep, because we got the whole thing. That
Yep.
makes a lot of sense. Okay. I just want to wait because I want to make sure.
Yeah. All right, you guys. Random Ask Me Anything while we wait.
Oh, yes. Another Ask Me Anything. Come on down.
Ask
Stop
away.
on by.
Oh my gosh, I used to think that sounded so exciting. Like when
What?
they would say, "Come on down." I was like, "Oh man." Remember how they do that on all those little game shows
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff?
What are you talking about? Of course.
Man, imagine if they said, "Come on down to me."
I feel like I would have won that fridge, bro.
I feel like it too.
Everybody, he said it was in Trello.
Yeah, I'm looking right in the Trello board. I mean, I'll refresh it, but
We will not begin until we get the thingamajigga.
I mean, it's just I'm not seeing it, Middle. And then there's the lyrics. Oh, is this the picture though? Maybe this is the is it this that he wants?
I'm pretty sure it's got to be him at the thing, right?
I would think so.
I mean, that's got to be the. No?
Yeah, Middle. I'm on Trello right now. I just refreshed. There's nothing inside your little thing that I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm seeing the lyrics, your write-up, and there's a link to it looks like Genius Lynyrd Skynyrd song. I don't know if it's the album cover you're talking about.
275. Text me, bro.
He's got that like this.
Text me and I'll get it to you. Just tell me when and what you want it.
Holy shit! Look at this crowd.
Oh my! That's.
I'm really trying to stop cursing so much. So, oh my word! Look at this crowd. Here you go.
Once my stuff is done, we can end the channel. The internet will be finished. I think the last stream we're ever really gonna do has got to be that Benji stream, right? I mean,
oh my gosh, probably.
You know, Web Week, was that it?
Web Week.
Web Week in this bitch.
All right. So here that is. We're gonna have to put a new timestamp here.
Yeah. Put a new timestamp. I agree. You got good instincts there, Missy. I was gonna tell you the same difference. All right, guys, we're gonna be in this crowd.
Okay,
That's gonna be the background. We're gonna be in this crowd in this bitch. What's up, y'all? Hold on, let me take.
We're gonna party just like everybody else.
We're gonna really have boom. Now you guys see the people.
Okay.
I'm redacted. You're redacted.
All right, I need that timestamp.
Send me an email. I'll re-give you my number, or talk to what do you call it? Middle has my number. So yeah.
All right, buddy.
Have y'all reacted to any Slaughter to Prevail? Yes, we've done like 2 or 3 Slaughter to Prevail songs. What'd you say?
418.
All right, 418. All right, here we go, guys. This is the background, okay? So you guys we're gonna bring you right to the front with the band. Let me see. I think
we're all going together. Let's go.
We're all going together. Now we're in color and they're black and white. No, let's do it this way. I like it better this way. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. The name of this song is
Lynyrd Skynyrd, Asbury Park,
1977. Here we go. Lynyrd Skynyrd, Asbury Park. Let's go. Say R.
Yeah.
Wait. You said there was
starting at 40.
It's starting at what now?
It's starting at 40. Oops, where did it go?
I was like, we're going to listen to this entire concert in this bitch. Right?
Yeah.
It starts at 41.
It starts at 40. Hold on, let me just open it back up here. All right,
We
there.
have to put another
4017.
timestamp. We're going to put another timestamp in that thing.
Yeah. 4017.
All right, let me get it to 40.
Not to mention Go, give me a T.
All right, that's good enough. We'll just start from there.
Okay.
And Middle is actually in this crowd as we speak.
Oh, my word. That's crazy.
Their listener. All right, let's go.
These intermissions in between songs are brought to you tonight by Budweiser, King of Beer. Not to mention Acapulco Gold. We've always been interested in old country music, well, especially me and the band, been Merle Haggard and people like that.
Country people smoke weed?
Rogers was a man that probably started country music, and back in the 1920s he wrote a song. Well, we don't do it country, but anyway, it's called Give Me a T for Texas, T for Tennessee.
Right here. Proud.
like a dirty dog. Now I have to go home.
Woo! Holy shit! What was that technique?
Here's my Okie.
Damn! Woo! Who is that guy? What's that guy's name? Stand by. Talk to the people.
Oh boy.
Oh,
I don't know if you guys can hear us. I believe you can. Our stream is now unavailable.
That's okay.
So just stand by and we shall return. We shall return. You can do and ask me anything in the comment section while we're waiting because we don't have to be on complete pause here. We can still use all voices like the radio back in the day. Middle. They've played a song from that concert before.
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
Yeah, that smell. That smell is a way more popular song, and we got away with it. What happened? We jumped up 3K in the last week, so they came after us for it.
Maybe. They're gonna get more and more and more and more strict.
Yeah, the bigger you get, man. The bigger you get. Mm-hmm. The bigger you get.
Yep. All right, you guys, don't worry. It's gonna come back. You just gotta give it a. We should time it one of these times.
Yeah, it's
we'll
about
know.
45 seconds to a minute.
So then we'll know.
Yeah.
Okay. No questions by anybody?
Well,
yes, Middle Earth is saying it's too much guitar for Google. That's what's happening. Too much guitar. I'm going to just munch on a piece of this cheese while
Too
we're
much
waiting.
guitar for Google, I guess.
Yep. That's what they say.
That's what they want us to believe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know,
what it
man.
is.
I don't know.
Thieves.
I think it's because I'm black.
You just said there was a lot of misogyny. I think it's because I'm a woman.
Oh, here you go. Refresh it. See if we're good to go. And they're not playing games today, boy.
Nope.
They're not playing games.
Bye, Lost Hate.
Bunch of hate. Later, Lost Hate.
See ya.
Google said 3 guitarists
There
is
it
too
is.
many. All right, we're back. All right. So as you guys saw, we got shut down by the fascists in YouTube, which is ridiculous because we have done. Let me pull back. I'm not gonna say it's ridiculous. Maybe we're at another tier now because we're at 240 or whatever. But we have done
240,000 subscribers.
We have done a song from this concert before. And it was, in my opinion, a much bigger song, That Smell.
It was a radio hit.
It was like one of their biggest songs, and we got away with it. So it makes sense that we would be able to get away with it here. And it just didn't happen in that situation. Now, look, we're pointing this way, and she's pointing that way because
somewhere in this
our brother Middle was somewhere in that area over there.
That means this section was the most important.
Yeah, 100%. Oh man, they played the last show they played there, and then they jumped on the plane and died from there.
The 20th, the 19th was on this, and then the 20th, I think it happened.
Yeah, man, that's we used to do interviews for outlets when we first started, and they would always say like, "What's the most challenging part of the job?" And I'd always say like getting introduced, because I had no idea how little rock music I knew, and just how little music in general that we both knew and were exposed to. And like I said, the worst part was discovering these bands for the first time and knowing that these guys are gone. That happened a lot to us, especially in year one, whether it was Pantera. I was never a Pantera fan ever until the channel, because like I had to sit and listen, because if it didn't sound like Korn, I just didn't want to hear it. So yeah, that was always the hardest part, was finding out these people died. And then it's always, the drug OD stuff. This one was a plane crash, and I'm like, you know me, I don't like planes. Like, I hate the whole thing. It's really interesting because I saw Metallica behind the music because Cliff Burton died on the bus. So ever since then, they're like, oh, we're taking the plane.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's really,
Yeah.
if you're on the road that much as these rock stars are, man, it's gonna happen, whether it's in the air or on the ground. It's like unfortunate. I think one of the first interviews we did was OTEP, and there was a giant car, like 10 minutes before, there was a giant car accident. Folks almost died, all type of crazy shit.
That's right, I forgot about that.
I was talking to her publicist was like, I don't think it's going to happen today, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, oh my God, tell her,
Yeah.
But she jumped on and hung out with us for about half an hour to 45 minutes to an hour maybe.
Yeah, the interview should be up there on our channel.
This was a month before their last concert, October 19th. Damn. So, like, imagine being there. See, like, I heard about these things through the channel, like the plane crash and all this shit. So it's like, imagine being there.
Oh my gosh.
And, like, this was the band. And, I mean, the way that they were just handling that guitar. I'm always fascinated by people that are effortless when they play. Because, like,
yeah,
I look at the stuff and I'm like, I'm concentrating for dear life because I'm trying to get this. I'm getting it sound right,
Yeah, but there are sometimes I've seen you play where it seems like it's just soul.
Well, the mind is part of the soul, right? So, yeah, there's.
Well, sometimes you look like you're concentrating, like you're really like focused, and then there are other times where you just look like you're just on the music.
Yeah, some of these guitarists, like, I don't think people understand like the level of talent. The other thing about this is, like, I have an amp that has literally, I think it's 150, 250 settings, right? And a lot of the tuning for me is about finding which setting I like the most, or which setting comes close enough to what I'm hearing in my head. These people had to make it themselves. They had to do little tweaks and tricks and things like that to get there themselves. Like, that's something I don't think people understand, like the genius of these guitarists. Like, the stuff that we're playing, it's like, and I think to myself, like, I don't think the digital stuff ruined music. I'm not one of those people. But I just think to myself, like, what if they would have had access to all this shit? What would they have done with it? Would they have even used it? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But, like, the level of talent that these dudes had, man, like, I don't like songs like this. Period. Like, it's not my jam. Like, it's kind of a country folky. But then, like, when they come in with that guitar, I don't know, it's, okay, I'm a guitar, you know, I play guitar, so I've always been fascinated with the instrument ever since I came into rock, man, but seeing these guys play, it was crazy, because it makes you just say to yourself, like, damn, like, what if they didn't get on that plane? Or whatever happened, was it too heavy? I don't really know the story, because I hate looking into that shit, especially if it's a plane crash. But you just wonder. It's the same thing with Biggie, like, I'll quote some of Biggie's rhymes. I'm like, that boy was 24 years old when he wrote that, bro. Like, imagine if he had time to... So that's why I think a lot when I see bands like this. Like, I don't think that when I see Dime, because they were pretty well established, and we kind of got to see his entire body of work. But, like, to think that this band had another classic album or two in them that is now not here... Especially as a guitarist, because to me, when I think about this band, they're a guitar first band. I forgot what the name of the song was, but there was one song where the dude went on a solo for like 15 minutes. Remember we had like I think it was Freebird or something like that. We had the contest, and whoever did that won a shirt or something like that. Like, so to me, like, there's a heavy emphasis on guitar with this particular band. And, like, that's what I was vibing to before the fascists at YouTube shut us down. But, like, I'm not sure if... I mean, the closest thing would probably be some Gen X person in a flannel shirt at a Nirvana concert when Kurt was still alive. Right? Because our generation, after that, like, we really didn't have... We didn't have a Kurt Cobain type figure. We didn't have a giant tragedy in music with any of our majors. I mean, we had Chester killed himself. We had two people kill themselves, but like I said, we already had, like, I just don't feel like we had one of those moments. Like, I think Kurt Cobain was the last, like, real moment when it was, like, earth-shattering. And I look at this band, I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like they would have come up with some really... Freebird is a classic, obviously. All those things were classics, but, like, I just feel like they had another one in there. And now we'll never know. You know? Like... And I hate never knowing. I hate, like, potential that could have been there, and then for whatever reason, like, it's gone. Like, I hate that shit. It's like a... Yeah, it just seems like a cruel joke to me. You know, like somebody's out there like putting out amazing music and then they're going like that. You know, I don't know. Biggie and Tupac were earth-shattering. I agree with that. I agree. Yeah, I mean, on our side, it definitely was.
The Beatles guy too. Was that big?
Well, that was Lennon. That was before we were born when he got killed. See what I'm saying?
Was it earth-shattering too? For
I'm
people?
sure. Yeah, definitely. After this, they played Sweet Home Alabama. Left the stage and did a long version of Freebird as the encore. A loud version. That's the one with like the 15-minute solo. Yeah, it's kind of, it's like wishing is for suckers, like we used to say. So, you know, I kind of have the same idea when it's like Dave Mustaine. And like when we're doing like a lot of Megadeth, and then I just see like, as far as like guitar riffs, just having a catalog of heavy guitar riffs. Master of Puppets era James Hetfield, absolutely. But overall, Dave Mustaine is like head and shoulders above everybody. I'm not just, you know, and it's like, damn, what if they would have been able to stay together? I get it, we got Megadeth, you know, completely great band in their own right, but what if you would have had Metallica with that dude?
Yeah.
I mean, on lead guitar with Cliff Burton and James Hetfield, boy. And we'll never know. I don't know. But, yeah, so anyway, that's a really, really good song.
So you're basically saying that sometimes you feel like upset that you can't see how all the possibilities of reality would have played themselves out.
I am upset when like somebody or a group are uniquely gifted.
Yep.
And they don't get to give us an entire body of work because they get interrupted by either, by getting killed or dying, really. Like, that's what I hate. It's kind of like it's a big tease, like, I'm very happy that Jonathan survived because he would have been our Kurt Cobain for sure. People don't want to compare, that's fine, but for us, it would have been like that. Like, if something would have happened to dude, it would have been like that. Like, it would have been hard, but yeah, I don't know. This was a very, very... It's so weird to see people and be like, yo, you got a month left, bro. Like, that's the thing that's bugging me out. And the other thing that's bugging me out is, like, we're listening to a lot of near-death experience videos.
Yeah.
And... well, it's not a video; they're book. It's a book.
But it's a book, but it's so.
It's a book, and it's a peer-reviewed. Like, that's the thing that.
But when they explain it, like I think you said video because when they describe it, like you picture it all like in your mind.
Yeah.
They do a good job describing it. Okay, this song. Were you gonna say more about that?
No.
This song, like sonically, I feel like that more like sort of modern songs, or maybe it's the style of songs that I generally listen to, like they all sound like the instruments are like going in the same direction. This style feels like each instrument is like they're all working together, but they're all sort of doing their own thing. Like they're like, there's like sort of like a lot of variation of sound, but at the same time like a general direction that they're all going in. So I think that that's what makes this style sort of unique. I like the country sound. I actually was thinking when I was listening to this, I'm like, I wonder if it's also because country was more heavy than Christian music. And maybe that's what I was trying to get to, but, we couldn't do anything super...
I see what you're saying.
And plus, there's a lot of love songs, There's a lot of romantic songs. Yeah. So, okay, so that was Lynyrd Skynyrd, Asbury Park. What are you giving this one? Oh, gosh. We're now in corporate America. I'm so bland like that.
I don't know what I would give that song.
For me,
I'm gonna give it a 9.5 because of what was happening on that guitar. That guitar work was just crazy to me, and the effortless way in which he played. I'm gonna give this one a 9.5.
9.4 for me.
There you are, dear listener. We had another one successful one on the books. It's good to be around you, all these beautiful, beautiful, wonderful people. Much love to everybody. We will see you guys again very, very soon. Love your